Coverage of the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here on RaceSpotTV. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the show. My name is Ola Ramble alongside Derek Watson at the moment. We've got now Dane Baird behind the cameras here today as our producer Iku has just taken his first break off over the course of what has been so far a thrilling race so far. We started covering this race about 3 hours ago when it was, of course, Lewis and Dane themselves who were able to take over for the first 4 hours of this race. We'll be here for the next 45 minutes or so before Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bodner will jump in and take their time to have their fun in the booth over here with us. The sun may be setting over the Silverstone circuit, but the action is going absolutely nowhere. In fact, it has only been picking up. Some quick breakdowns of how the race has gone so far. Alexander Davidson for WSR Esports ButtKicker has currently led the way so far. Only 3 cars remain on the lead lap in your GT3 category. Altitude Esports GT3 Silver and BRT round out the top 3 in your GT3 category. GT4 so far headed up by Olympus Sports Titan. They are almost a full lap clear of VPR Esports and DCW Racing running second and third. And they have lapped the rest of their GT4 field for the most part at least twice over the course of this event. So 16 hours and 42 minutes to go as we will continue to send things along. And I can tell you right now here, Derek, it is going to be a long and hard-fought race over the remainder of these 16 hours as now it's looking almost like we're almost at that threshold where the headlights dominate the track's lighting more than the sun itself.
Yeah, that will be one of the challenges of this track, right? Compared to other racetracks I can put in my head right now, this is not the most well-lit nighttime course. So this will be a case where the headlights will do a lot of the work, and almost a case sometimes where you want to be near other drivers because, you know, there's that old racing joke that 8 tires are better than 4. Well, 6 headlights are better than 2.
6 headlights are indeed better than 2 as that Lamborghini turning on the fog lamps as he'll send that one to the inside of Alexander Davidson. That is the 1110th Racing Machine team of William Chadwick unlapping himself from race leader Alexander Davidson. No word on the 2 pending protests that we were talking about but just before we switched over streams. Is still they're both still under review from the stewards. We got looks at them just before we were able to switch over, thankfully, but we do not at the moment have any word on how those are going to pan out, but they are in the process of being reviewed. So we'll no doubt get some kind of confirmation within the next, I would say, 10 minutes, give or take. You can see, though, pit stops are about to kick off. Altitude Esports has just come down for their next pit stop. They are currently in the lane. They've been so for about the last 20 seconds or so. As it stands, in terms of the way of on-track battles, a lot of the fights have broken apart for the most part on the circuit. But you still have everybody trying to run each other down, and I have a feeling we might be getting some battles that'll be looking to pick on up in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, it will start to pick up a little bit here as things, pit stops roll on and, you know, cars get back in position together. But you're right, a lot of these battles have started to break up here, and I think there could be a mix of maybe new drivers, just, you know, more comfort in the track, and so many different factors could cause that here. But yeah, you're right. It's not as tight as it maybe was 2 hours ago.
Track's starting to get a little bit looser as time moves along and as the temperatures continue to cool. In terms of Fahrenheit, it's down to 73 degrees. That is a chilly track surface. It's not far off from being about as cold as a track surface can get here on the iRacing surface, which I believe is about the mid-60s or so. And it's only going to get colder, right? This is going to get to be a hard racetrack to run before too long, but it's going to be the quickest it's ever been before long, too.
Yeah, that's sort of the crazy thing about track temps I think we don't always focus on is there is such a thing as too cold of a track where it sort of becomes too slick and difficult to handle, but that we're not there yet. These guys and girls will have an incredible time on the track tonight, setting down some new fastest laps as the night goes on. That's one of the fun things you get to do as a team at this point in the race is start to joke about who has the fastest lap and let me push harder. And, you know, sometimes that goes well, sometimes it doesn't. but it's part of what happens in that tradition of nighttime endurance racing.
It's that weird point of the year, right, where we actually get to talk about tracks being too cold. It's something that almost never comes up in the sim racing world. Usually it's always, oh, this track's too hot. It's blisteringly hot. I can't find grip because the track is just boiling. But the track being cold, it's been something that's been more and more prevalent over the last couple months or so as we've worked our way through the fall and into the winter months. And I think this is right where we see a lot of the series from that tend to be a bit closer to the equator or the southern hemisphere come more into play, right? The Bathurst 1000, the 12 hours of Bathurst, of course, going to be coming on up, I believe, in February, that will be. The 24 hours of Daytona, a track that no doubt is way closer to the equator than Silverstone is. Could be an interesting run. Oh, we've got trouble on the racetrack. Kimura Racing's GT4 machine is stopped middle of the road out of turn number 4. That's the number 9. Now riding slowly. Not sure what the problem is, but they're having some major technical problems, it would seem, for Kimura. There you see them stationary. They were initially on the racing line. They have gotten it pulled off the racing line, and they are diagnosing problems at the moment. Not sure what the problem is at the moment for that number 9 car. Still trying to get going.
I thought for a second they were trying to wait for a safe moment to move, maybe to not be in the middle of the way. And it seems like they've mostly found that here. To see they got a big gap behind them here where you can get that car moving and not have a bad rejoin. Let's watch this here. This will be the replay of what happened to them. And they're just going to loop it. Oh, I mean, they didn't loop it. Oh, no.
Whoa. Yeah. So
yeah, just some technical problems there, it looks like. That was a scary stop right there. That could have been horrible for the cars behind him.
Well, so that is a combination of factors, right? It looks like potentially the main cause, and this is coming again not just from our visual sightings, but as well as somebody that has just spoken up in our YouTube chat. It was indeed a wheel disconnect, and that it had all the hallmark signs of that, right? And the big way you can tell that, the fact that that wheel turned max lock to the left at the exact same time as the brake lights came on in full force. That right there has all the hallmarks of a wheel failure, because that tends to be the default reaction. Maximum throttle inputs while the wheel's turning in one way as hard as it can go.
Yeah, that I mean, like I said earlier, that's lucky for them that it worked out that way, because I've seen numerous issues with hardware failures or whatnot where, there was calamity behind them because of just how close the cars were. So they're going to tow back. They're going to have to eat the tow time and, fall back through the standings. But luckily for them, like I said, it's okay. There's no damage to the car. They'll keep it moving here. Speed of keep it moving, though. Look at this. This is that car that's doing well here, the 19. And they're doing a good job of holding off the cars behind them here. And let's see. That is the Altitude Esports GT3 Silver. That's currently P2. They just pitted, and they have now gotten back to about a 1 minute and 20-second gap to WSR.
Adam Watson has been doing a fine job on keeping that car pointed in the right direction. He does have the third-place runner, though, of Oliver Furnell for BRT, less than a second behind him. So we're about to see a battle pick up for the podium positions here in your GT3 category. Now, of course, I don't think this is going to be a battle for too long, as Oliver Furnell has last pitted at lap 161. And they're running lap 217 at the moment. So, no doubt we're going to be seeing Furnell pitting within the next lap or two, as opposed to Adam Watson, who doesn't have to stop you for about another 15 laps at least. So this is not going to be a battle that will take place for long, but it's a good battle to watch for now, as they are continuing to close in. They're about, 0.8 of a second separated that?
Yeah, something about like that. And so as a battle is going on here, 16 hours and 34 minutes. And there is Oliver Furnell with the BRT right there. P3 and the number 3. That's good symmetry. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for, Nolan, but that's good. Everything's lined up for them. Of course, they want to be P1, but when you're the P3 car and you're the number 3 car, it's fate. What's the word I'm looking for?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for
You're
that.
Welcome. I'm happy to be of service.
Can we just go back to uncultured hour? Just make more fun of you.
Hey, I think that's your time to be uncultured. The English language is hard, though. I heard somebody once say English isn't a language. It is 5 languages masquerading as one in a trench coat. I can see that as well. We've had some incidents apparently on the racetrack. We're taking a look back at the replay. This is one of the Audis. Whoa! Loops out of the final corner, noses that car hard into the wall. That was off the final turn, that. It was a hard...
I see a different one here, and this is going to be a 3-car incident, possibly.
Oh, the 701 again. Good save.
Looked like maybe he just stabbed the brakes to avoid the cars in front of him right there and just kind of half looped it around.
That was the TeamRedX.com Academy 701 machine, driven at the moment by Dominic Himitter at the moment, that had that little bit of a long slide through Cobbs. But again, a good job to recover that machine and drag it underneath, and that could have been nasty. Able to just get around that there. We'll see if we have any more. Not sure if that was it or if we're. That was it. Okay, so we are done for now. We're back to live pictures as. Still tracking this battle for the number 2 spot in GT3, working up and into Stowe. As Oliver Furnell continues to get closer and closer to his pit stop window, and right now really hounded the gearbox of that Lamborghini.
Yeah, right. Really all over. That's back into that car and trying their best to keep with them and to see if maybe a slip up happens and they can get around here. Look at this beautiful onboard shot here. See right from the back end. They're still being kind of conservative with the braking, not trying to push too hard. But hold on, right here, down through the gears and completes the pass. That's BRT up to P number 2.
And looks to me like Furnell is a lot more confident on the brakes and through the high-speed corners than Adam Watson is, judging on how much time he reeled in through turns 1 and 2 there. Was able to execute that pass down into turn 3. Watson thinking about going back at him into Brooklands, and Luffield going to opt against it, so Watson will back out and might find himself now relegated down to 3rd for the next little while, at least until Furnell returns down to pit road, and then we will see Furnell back up and into the running order. We'll see Watson back up and into the running order for that number 2 spot for a little while before Watson is forced to pit not long after.
And as I said earlier, that's one of the challenges to the pit cycles here, is you're never really sure where anyone is at a certain point. Maybe you're trying to track it and guess when someone's going to pit, but when we have our top 3 all on different pit cycles, it feels like it's kind of this weird mesh of never really knowing what the true gap between them is at this point in the race.
All the while, they're still breaking by GT4 traffic, and there's a good chunk of GT4 traffic up the road, so that's going to be something we'll have to keep tabs on as time goes along as we swing up and around through Stowe. As one of the Olympus Esports Porsches, there's been a few instances getting around the Olympus cars tonight. Furnell will break clear, or does he? Oh boy, just able to clear. And meanwhile, Grant Yingling rebounds off of Adam Watson's door.
Yeah, I would not be surprised there's a little bit of that Olympus paint smudged somewhere on Adam Watson's door, because it looked like they really were rubbing paint together there to get around each other. And Watson decided he didn't want to sit back and wait. He wanted to get around that car as fast as possible and just sort of made it happen with a tight pinch there. But everything came out okay.
Well, he's trying to chase down that number 2 car, Oliver Furnell and BRT, remember. That's the big reason why I wanted to break by. I mean, he knows I'm still in the draft. I can still keep with him. If I lose that draft, that's when I really start to hemorrhage time. So he knew he needed to get up and by as quickly as physically possible. And that's something he's going to continue to try to work on now. That number 19 car, to see if he can't just hang on to the tail end of the draft.
Yeah, that'll be the goal here, right? And see if he can make it happen. Now, of course, this is not one of those 24-hour endurance events that has the safety cars, so you have to make up your time on the own. This is not one of the events we do in RaceSpot where we're going to see a safety car or a virtual safety car. So these teams are going to have to find a way to make up time on their own, whether it be speed, whether it be pit strategy, whether it be waiting for other team to make a mistake, but let's see what's going to happen here. Speaking of making a mistake, hold on.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a wall. That's a big hit.
Face first for the Mercedes GT4, and that, again, all the hallmarks of just the GT3 getting too impatient.
Yeah, I would love to see the back end of that replay to see what happened. I'm guessing it was contact in the back end there, but would love to see the back end of that replay. But yeah, it looks like he's got ran over and sent face first into that wall, as you said here. Wow, that was a hard hit. That'll be one of that team's fast repairs when they get back around the pit road. Let's see it here again.
Oh.
Yep, just got hit.
So, looking at it from that angle, it looked like the Mercedes was more moved to the middle of the track, and the GT3 was initially going to go around the right. When he saw the GT4 also moving right, he tried to duck left, right when the GT4 ducked left. So that's just miscommunication, it looks like. Not so much impatience of just two cars both trying to find a way to get around each other cleanly, and they just both happen to close in at the same point. We have had updates, by the way, on the two protests we mentioned before we made the switch on streams. The incident where the Ferrari, the number one Ferrari, got spun off at cops. As expected, racing incident. He was pushed. They had mentioned he had no other room other than going off the track, and obviously he's not expected or required to do that. So they're not going to penalize that any further. They saw that as well as pretty much a self-policing incident. And then as well, for that unsafe rejoin into the side of the 621, the Aston Martin that did so, the number 99, was given a stop and hold penalty. So that's another blow to TSRC's night.
Yeah, it is another blow. The only thing that surprised me, if we can go back to that wreck we just saw live, though, with that yellow and black car, unless I'm confused on what I saw, that wreck happened right in front of pit road entrance. I'm surprised that they chose to not pit. Like, they just kept on the track. Like, right, I would have taken my fast repair there, Nolan. Does that surprise you?
Do you think maybe they were out of fast repairs?
Even if you're out of fast repairs, go fix sorry, that sounds more aggressive, won't you? But, I would ponder going to go fix the car. Like, sorry, I got my aggressive mood for a second. That's what endurance racing does to me. I get amped up and ready to go. But no, like, I would at least assess the damage. Let's go and take a look at a couple more wrecks that have happened here. The traffic is really, and the business is really picking up here in this last hour or so. Let's cue our next replay when our producer is ready. We'll take a look at it here. It's not going to be here. All right, let's Adam Watson. Let's see this here. This is a 3 wide. That's Olympus on the outside.
Oh, that's the class leader.
That was the class leader.
A lot of time to kill, though, so, well, I mean, harm, yes, but no foul, I guess. I mean, still able to keep that one up. Sophia Ridpath in that leading Olympus Porsche does have damage on the nose, but not too bad, and they still have a boatload of time back to BPR Esports at the number 2 spot, so I'm not seeing any problems whatsoever in that car maintaining their run for the lead. I'm a bit surprised that Mercedes GT4 did not pit, and it is a bit of a question mark. You thought maybe they would have come down and pit. They opted not to initially. They are into pit road now, by the way, and they are getting back out into the racetrack. I am noticing, though, that some cars not opting to take the spot as you might think, and here's another Mercedes having its own spin. And again, a lot of Mercedes on Mercedes crime here tonight, as that's another GT4 being punted off by its GT3 counterpart.
Yeah, and that's the danger of multi-class racing, right? Is just the braking points are different, the speeds are different, the closing gap is different, and you don't always recognize it. So we'll see a few more incidents like that probably as the night goes on. Let's go over here to Crofton Woodhatch here in Ram Ranch Motorsport. They've had a really rough night with disconnects and penalties and contact, and this pass right here will be clean. And a good pass right there by Ram Ranch. That actually puts them up a spot to 26th.
And that's a spot that they actually lost, by the way. Ram Ranch was initially in a side-by-side battle through this very chicane, and they have been spun a bit sideways. It was a while ago, but so they're looking to, once again, kind of go on the offensive here. And they've been doing a good job so far in trying to navigate. I do kind of feel for them, right? I mean, they have had a rough night. I mean, that car's been put through the ringer and back. And they're still out here. They're still fighting for whatever spots they can muster because they know it's a long race. We've still got over halfway. we are still one of the faster cars in the category. We can use that to make up time over the long run, as well as just make up spots as more and more drivers eliminate themselves.
Yeah, this track will continue to empty out as the night goes on. And we talked about, those 4 fast repairs. They're going to run out eventually for some teams. I mean, I can only think of a couple teams on my head that, we could speculate on maybe being, out or close to out of them. But this track was, it already looks a little bit more empty than what I remember it being 4 hours ago. But that could just be the gaps and the speed slowing down. I'm not sure. But yeah, we're going to see it happen here. So we see a 3-car battle here on the screen. And that's going to be the 21. That's Ram Rancher course right there. We talked about them. You and I feel a little different about this car. Obviously, you never want to see anyone get penalized. You don't want to see the disconnects happen. But it feels like a lot of what's happened to them today so far, Nolan, is completely self-inflicted.
Okay, well, there we go. There's another Ferrari punting around. Look out, as that was the SOP Esports racing machine. That was Matt Camelio, the number 1 car that just had a protest not go their way at almost this point on the racetrack. And that's, again, just being too impatient, trying to get around a GT3. I don't know why it would instigate it there. It was a good save, but that was unnecessary.
Agreed.
If it was a GT4, I could get it, but it's a GT3 car. You know you're faster than him. Wait till the straight that's coming up in about 10 seconds. You'll be fine.
By the way, can I just say, was that not the definition of an instant replay?
Quite literally, yes.
Our producer was right on top of that. Of course, we saw it live, so that helps a little bit, but that was a great job at an instant replay right there. That's like NFL level instant replay in your ears there. Here's the Project 88 car now pushing someone wide, and this is going to be a pit stop.
It's for now.
And that is BRT right there.
Yeah, it was pitting for the number 2 spot, and they're going to go for a driver swap as well. So for now, jumps out. Alistair Kirk jumps in. Alistair Kirk looking to be making his first run of the race. Andrew Dawson, Josh Benson, and Fernell have been in control of this car since, so looks like they're getting one of their nighttime runners in as Alexander Kirk will hop into the car for the first time all race long. Good 8 hours in. Oh, well, not quite 8 hours. 7 hours in? Yeah, about 7 hours. 7.5 hours.
7 hours and 40-ish minutes in, to be exact here. But yeah, you see Kirk's about ready to captain that car and get it around here, and hopefully have a good run all night long. Do you understand that reference? I've got to ask these questions every time.
What
do you understand Kirk and captain? Does that mean anything to you?
Okay, yes, I understand that. I understand that reference. I know Star Trek. Thank you.
Okay. Well, listen, after the conversation a couple hours ago, I feel like we've got to check every route. You don't know, you've never heard Yellow Submarine, you've not seen The Godfather, you've not seen Jaws.
Nope.
Have you seen Rocky?
Actually, yes.
Okay. It's a start.
I don't think it was a movie I particularly liked. It wasn't my style, but I've seen it.
How many Rockies have you seen?
Just the first one.
All right, well, here's a fight for position, much like there's a fight happening here behind the scenes in the commentator booth over my displeasure here. There's a great battle going on here. This is RD. That's the black and pink car here going around the outside of this corner, and they're going to close the door here and complete now the inside of that corner, and that'll be a beautiful pass right there. It's a great job by them here.
Yeah, Daniel Villola trying to close up as well, and the Blocco Vittoria machine as well. And that number 83 trying to close up to the back bumper. The 555 approaching some back marker GT4 traffic. And that is the, way out wide for Peter Sikdar there at the RD Sim Sport. Just lumped that in way too deep and lost the back end when he tried to turn it in.
Yeah, that was impressive. See how he just lost it that quick. And unfortunately, was in that battle and now has found himself out of it due to that one right there. Now he's got these 2 cars to get around. And will do so, at least the first one with ease.
So this is all developing quite quickly, and we have had another protest filed from Ram Ranch this time against SOP Simsports. They've had a few run-ins so far. They're accusing him of not lifting off to T-bone somebody at the apex of the next corner. Okay, so I see. So what it sounds like this might be in relation to the. This is actually down at Vale. Sorry, I'm trying to just get my bearings and find where Vale is at the racetrack. Sorry about this for 1 second.
Yes, the final chicanes after Stowe.
The final, yes, thank you. They're saying apparently either he was spun sideways or just didn't lift off in an attempt to T-bone another driver. So they're trying to make an accusation of a potential maybe retaliatory move. That's a dangerous claim to make in a race like this. And we'll see what comes out of that one. But Sigtar still side by side with Viola at the moment in this battle for 12th.
Yep, that is a familiar sight right there to see RD Simsport making that pass on the outside again. Feels like I just commentated on that a few laps ago here, but they are driving with purpose here. They have one more car to get around, and I think there's going to be a little bit of open air ahead of this here from what I can tell from that camera. There is, so they can kind of get back in the group. Wow, look at that, super wide out of that corner, and it feels like RD is driving a little angry right now.
It gets that impression, right? And I think this is just because of his own mistakes that he's made, right? It's that frustration of creeping in. That's like, I just did this, now I have to do it all over again. We have a replay of the incident, which is good. I was actually going to look to see if I could find what was up as well. But our producer, Dane, is on the case, on board, as this is going to be down into the Vale chicane. Oh, that was a... Okay, so, Derek, you remember when I was mentioning that Ram Ranch had responded to the final chicane about 40 minutes ago? This is that incident that they have just protested.
I'm going to watch it again here from this camera angle. So what they're saying is they're basically accusing the car inside of not lifting. Man, I don't know. That's such tight racing in those back and forth corners that I don't know. I'm trying to be gentle here, and I don't know if I want to say what I want to say, but I don't. It looked to me like Ram Ranch could have given more space in that corner, and now they're protesting it. Like that's the nicest thing I can say about that.
Well, that's what I was about to mention that as well. Like, I mean, it goes both ways. Yes, it's on the overtaken car to make the pass, right? But you can't just run somebody off the track like that. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure where they wanted them to go, because if he tried to turn it as well, that car's hopping over the sausage curbs, and it's giving the suspension damage, or they cut across the grass and they get a slowdown penalty. That is putting them in a situation where they can't go anywhere except into your door.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's watch it again. Here's be a bigger, wider view of it. So Ram Ranch will have the inside corner here, and they're going to squeeze. I mean, I guess you were just hoping that by squeezing them, they were just going to slam on the brakes and kind of like let you go. Yeah, their claim is they're fully ahead by the second apex. I don't think they're fully ahead. You're door to door. Listen, now let me give the devil's advocate and play the Nolan Rimple role for a second.
Okay.
When you're in the car, there's a lot of times where an incident happens. When you're in the car, it looks 100% different than when you look at outside the car. You can think you're at fault or not at fault, and you look at it like, oh, here's a different thing. Let's watch it one more time here. So he's ahead, right? Not fully ahead. No, I'm sorry, you're not fully ahead. I'm going to be there, but that's on the teammates to say, hey, dude, listen, I know you were mad because you think you were fully ahead in the car, but like, we weren't. You know, coming back to the whole NFL analogy from a few hours ago you and I made, we only get so many challenges to make. You have to use them properly. And I'm sorry, I don't think that's a proper challenge.
I have to agree with you on that one, and I think you're absolutely right. I mean, and you're right. When you're inside the car, it looks like you're in a different spot than when you are. To take an incident I had to review last night of the league race in my own that I was doing, We had somebody that thought they were at somebody's door when they were barely even at the quarter panel of a stock car race. It happens, right? Your views get obscured by windshields and roll bars and what other sorts of what have you in a race car. It happens. But the fact that it happened so long after, because this happened almost 45 minutes ago, this happened at. With all of that in mind, you would have thought surely somebody would have looked at that by now and come to that realization. They genuinely believe that they were in the right.
Well, and that's what it'll be up to the race stewards to decide if they think they're right or we're right or somewhere in the middle. That'll be the moment here. But we're about 13 minutes away from us handing off to the next set of commentators. Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo will be in here with us. And then myself and Justin Prince will be back in 4 hours' time to probably cover, I'm guessing, sunrise will be the story that Justin and I will be telling here. But man, the sun is setting quickly. More and more, Nolan, you can see the headlights beaming off of the track. That's a good sign that there's not much daylight left.
Not much daylight left at all. It's at the point now where the sun is effectively behind the grandstands, and we are effectively just waiting now for the last light to disappear from the skies. You can see the illumination of the headlights on the racetrack now starting to play more of a factor and lighting the way for these drivers than the sun could. And that's going to be a challenge for these drivers, right? Because once you're in the dark, you lose a lot of your references. Of course, at a big track like this, you have the braking boards, right? 150, 150, that can help you to pick out your braking points. But a lot of drivers, they will use, especially in GT cars, right? They'll use a braking point at some point between those boards. You can often lose sight of those markers when you're in the dark like this. Or if you're in a sweepy section like Max Beckett's, it's easy to lose sight of when you need to start adjusting your car for the next corner. It's going to be challenging for these drivers. The nighttime part of endurance races is often where some of the biggest wrecks happen because you just lose sight of where you are.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. There's a lot of cars we use like maybe, hey, where the curbing starts in this corner, or, you know, the fourth wall with this certain logo on it, or some weird braking markers are used by drivers all the time, right? And, you know, and you're right, those can go away. Say right now that the YouTube chat is alive discussing this incident with Ram Ranch. Like, it is very alive discussing this incident.
As time continues to move along, and I know that a lot of these racers, they're focused on the long term at this point, right? I mean, we are very much in it for the long haul. We've settled into our rhythm. I mean, we can look now to the lights. We've been watching this battle, for the fourth position between Mert Menderes at the moment in the Kimura Racing number 52 Mercedes and William Chadwick's 1110 Racing Lamborghini. As to the inside goes Chadwick, who just able to clear the nose of the Mercedes coming out of Stowe.
Yeah, what a great job clearing that nose. Not by much, but those are the kind of moments in a race that can mean a lot later. Now they're going to come through these winding corners here, and now he'll make the pass on the inside and keep on going through here.
Just able to break around the team heaped together Aston Martin. As Chadwick and Menderes will continue their drive through turns 1 and 2 and down to turn 3, hard on the binder, so the 52 still doing a fine job on keeping that car safe and sound. And at the moment, it's looking like Chadwick very much the quicker of the two. I mean, he really asserted that dominance, and still this last time through, able to just lick the stamp and send it down the inside. So Chadwick is going to be very securely into that fourth position now, and he's looking to drive away.
Yeah, William Chadwick having a good time here in that 11th, 10th racing team up here in P4, or as I call them, the 1 and 1/10th racing team. I just want to be mathematically correct in that moment there. But yeah, doing a great job here. And wow, I mean, right now, the feelings that are beginning to come across these teams, maybe in the top 5 of each class, is that feeling of relief. Listen, we've now done basically a third of the race. So whether you're WSR, you know, altitude, BRT, 11/10ths, you know, Kimura, or the top 5 in the GT4s, which is you know, Olympus, BPR, and others. There's a sense of relief that's starting to come over right now, because now you're starting to feel like, hey, this is this is getting real. Like, this is getting doable. Like, we're a third of the way through, and you can start to kind of have fun with it and relax and have a good time here. And now Alexander Davidson on his pit stop right here. Does this not feel early, or has 4 hours eaten at me and I've lost track of time?
No, it does feel very early. Their first several runs of stints have been anywhere from about 60 to 70 laps within that range. This stint was only 31. Now, Davidson has come back out. He has not gone for a driver swap, but you are right. That is very early for a pit stop, considering the last 3 stints that they've been running. What that tells me, they might be pushing a little bit harder now that we're entering the night stage.
Which is easy to do, because as the track gets colder and whatnot, it's easier to push and have faster lap times. It's just typically the fastest laps of the race will be set with less fuel and colder temps. So I'm not surprised they're pushing, but that felt super. I'm going to try to figure that out, but I don't know. That's wow.
Remember, in the dark, it's a very different racetrack compared to what we've been running. So perhaps even track conditions have changed that make it so it's no longer viable for them to go for those super long stints that they were doing earlier on. I know typically around the nighttime, that's when you'll start to see some teams flirt with the double stint strategy, especially on tires, right? Because of how long it could take sometimes to get tires up to a working temperature. They opt to just keep the same set on and keep running with it. Because, I mean, hey, if you're not losing any time, why bother changing the tires if they're good?
Right. I mean, I agree with that. I don't know. Like, there's a prismatic car here, by the way. This is George McKay. So in here running in P19.
Georgine McKay, as I've been corrected on that one, actually.
I'm sorry?
Georgie McKay.
Oh, Georgie McKay. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I said, but you're right. Georgie McKay. Yeah. Reading comprehension has gone away.
That's the 46 Mercedes working his way up and around through the Vale chicane and out onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Currently chasing after Robert Stilton in the Project 88 team. That's the battle for 18th. It's another Audi v Merc fight. These two manufacturers have not been able to get away from each other on the racetrack. It really has seemed to be Ferrari versus Lamborghini, Audi versus Ferrari, and Audi versus Mercedes. And a whole lot of Mercedes versus Mercedes as the event's gone along. And I do love sometimes seeing all these different manufacturers and seeing which ones tend to battle the best with one another. Right now, the Merc seems to be one of the more dominant cars on the racetrack.
The Merc, I think as a whole, is just more popular across the community for different reasons over time, as therefore it gets raced more. But I mean, the fact we're seeing all these different manufacturers in here competing, is a great sign for how level these cars are. And of course, every event has the ability to put a BOP in to kind of level them off even more. But across the iRacing community, of course, whenever a new car comes out, it sort of becomes the soup of the day. But the Mercedes over time has always been very consistently a community favorite, at least in the GT3 field. I mean, I suspect, with the Audis coming out, in the release on Tuesday, I suspect there'll be a couple Audi GT3s in the Daytona 24.
I would not be surprised in the slightest if we saw a few Audis out to party. It's typically I've noticed though more and more lately, it's been a BMW and Mercedes dominated event. So I feel like it may very well be the same when we go out to the Daytona 24 this next time by. So this will be, it'll be a fun trip indeed for anybody in this deal, as we will continue to steadily march onward into the latter stages of this race.
Yeah, just sort of march on here to the latter stages. What I want to do real quick before we get out of here, have a chance to catch up with, hold on a second. Technology's hard. We're going to catch up with Alex Simonik in a second from WSR, the team that's leading us currently, and have a talk with them about how their race is going. So give me a second to line that up here, and we're going to make that happen here.
We got a few minutes before the end of our stint anyway, so we may as well end it off on a high note as well, as will be looking to close these last 5 minutes out in just a little while. So it's going to be a good run, and I know it's been a good run so far for the WSR Esports ButtKicker leader and the driver that just ran one of the longer stints of the race, standing by with Derek Watson.
So, Alex, what a great race you guys are running so far today. It feels like you guys are able to save a little bit more fuel than the others. Is that just getting off the brakes or getting off the gas a little sooner, pardon me, or what's going on there?
Yeah, we found out the quickest way to drive this Merc is to really just manage the fuel and manage the tires rather than pushing, and it's kind of helping out for us. We're kind of doing 32 to 34 lap stints, and at the end of the race we should be cutting off 1 or 2 fuel stops.
Now, that said, though, it felt like, unless my math was off, we just saw Alex Davidson pit a little sooner than your normal stints. What happened there?
No, he was in for a 34 lap stint. He just wanted to save a little bit and then push for the remaining couple laps.
Is there a point when you're going to feel comfortable, like saying, okay, we're there on fuel saving, let's go? Or do you think this is the strategy for all 24?
I think for someone like myself who's not as good at saving fuel as Davidson, I think I'm going to be hitting my fuel targets for the entire stint. But I know Davidson and Daniel Ferguson can hit a lower fuel number, and once they hit their desired mark, then they can just push it until the end.
So right now, it looks like you guys are a bigger team in iRacing. Is everyone here driving, or do you have spotters in here? How many drivers are actually going to touch the car today?
We're going to have 5 drivers. So we're going to have Eric Grove, Alexander Davidson, Daniel Ferguson, myself, and then Adam State. I think a couple people in there are spotters who just wanted to come in and see what's up.
Just fans of the team who wanted to kind of see what's going on. Well, listen, right now you guys are enjoying a 41-second lead. It's been as high as over a minute so far today. A lot of racing left, so good luck, and Mabel will talk to you at the end.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. That's Alex Simonik, driver for WSR Esports ButtKicker. And Nolan, I think that's about the end of our time.
It is indeed. It's been a great drive so far for us here in this race. We've had a fun 4 hours over here, mostly at my expense, but hey, that's the life I live when I dig my own graves. So with that said in mind, we're going to pass things on down into the capable hands of Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonder. They'll take you through the next 4 hours of the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone.
Thanks very much, Nolan. Thanks very much, Derek, as well. And yes, welcome along, everybody, to the evening stint, I suppose, here in the Britcar 24 Hours, the Britcar ButtKicker 24 Hours of Silverstone for 2023. I'm Ewan O'Leary. Lorenzo Bonder will be with me for the next 4 hours. We'll be taking you to halfway here tonight. It's a very busy racetrack, Lorenzo. It's Silverstone. It's sunset. We're about to get to the halfway point in the race. We're going to take you to there as well. It's perfect endurance racing conditions tonight.
No, absolutely, and you gotta love Silverstone for giving those 24-hour conditions around the track that normally we don't see that kind of stuff, don't we? We normally see 6 hours of racing or 1 hour and a half racing around Silverstone. It's more around that average. Seeing 24 hours in a track like this is always good, and looking forward to cover these next 4 hours.
Yeah, we'll take you through all of the trials and tribulations of everybody, and I'm afraid I've got to bring you immediately a drive-through penalty for the SOP Esports racing car. I know Derek and Nola were talking about this a minute ago, about the fact that there may be, or certainly the fact that this was being investigated. The number 1 car has got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision in that incident. That's Alex Phillips at the wheel at the moment, 28th place in the GT3, the very large GT3 category here this race. This is the incident again, and as you can see by the conditions, it was quite a while ago, because it seems quite a lot lighter. Now, this is the first time I'm seeing this, if I'm honest with you, so we'll have a look at this. It's down the number 1 car's, by the way, down the inside. I guess race control would have hoped that they would have backed out of that one on the inside of the second part of the Vale chicane, I guess is the way they've read that.
I will leave that up to discussion, but it is odd, you know. It's they were right there. I think they were fighting for position. They had a little bit of an overlap for them to contend with, so there wasn't the need for them to back down. But it is what it is. So they just got to carry through.
I think that's going to be one of those ones where some of the people are going to agree with it and some of them are not, and that's the way that it goes. I guess that could be said for any incident ever, to be fair. So there we are. We'll all have our own opinions about that one. Let's go up to the battle for 7th place, because the number 7 car is currently in 7th, and that's making me very pleased. But I think that Altitude Esports are about to get rid of that. Mark Hutchinson is applying a bit of pressure right now to the Samsung Canaan Esports Ferrari, as you can see. A very nice livery, I've got to say, on this Samsung car. Bit of purple and orange going on. Bit of it looks like Coanda car, to be honest, but it's not.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, it looks very like Coanda, doesn't it? But not quite. It looks a little bit different, but not quite. It's still in 7th place for them, and holding back one of the Audis at the moment, just over the 3rd way mark of this race now.
Yeah, so
another
I'll
look
throw
at
it back to you. We got something else
incident,
going on in the track.
Yeah, here we go. Well, that was a bit careless. I don't know who that Mercedes was, but has gone straight into the back of that Audi, which has gone around at Stowe Corner. And, well, we were questioning the last penalty, whether it is or not. Well, I think that one may well be for the Mercedes.
Yeah, I think that was the TSRC car that got spun around Stowe, from what it looks like.
Gone on it was a 94 car that looks like it went... 494, sorry, that went into that. Can't listen. 494 that went into the back. That was the MRC team at Cesar Matt at the wheel of that one. 30th place and 5 laps down at the moment in the race. By the way, that's the 25th incident. 26th incident that we've seen here today, investigated by the stewards. That's roughly an average of one every 20 minutes or so. I'm not sure whether, when you put it like that, it's a good number or a bad number, to be honest, Lorenzo. It doesn't seem like a horrifically high amount of incidents.
I came from Ivra, so let me just give you the recap of like 2 yellow flags in less than 14 laps. So, and lots of incidents they had to go through, so it couldn't be worse.
It could be. No yellow flags here, of course, to close things up. It's a straight race from start to finish. Feels a bit iRacing special event in that kind of way. It's just clean and green the whole way through. A good afternoon, or a good evening, I should probably more accurately say, to those in the YouTube chat. It's good to have you all chatting along and arguing about incidents. That's fine. As long as we keep it to just argue about that, then it's okay, because we're all just enjoying our evening, I suppose. Still a long way to go in this race, of course, and plenty to debate. Still very busy out there on the circuit. As far as I'm aware, Lorenzo, everyone who started the race is still in, which is a little bit probably down to the fast repairs that we've got. But I think that's a good idea in an event like this. Obviously, fast repairs aren't a good idea in every event, but in one like this, where you want to keep as many drivers in and as many teams in the race as possible until the very end, then have a few fast repairs, let them get away with a few things, as long as it doesn't get ridiculous. It's a good idea. So far, it's kept everybody in the race past 8 hours.
No, I agree. You know, it's one of those, we would say, one-off events. I think that would be the best way for us to describe this even. So it's good to be open and invite everybody, you know, just to try their best and have some fun, as the Lamborghini of Team Redline might have the upper hand going around cops. They're just gonna find themselves back going into the entry of Maggots and Beckett's. But coming back to the point of, you know, being able to race fast repairs, some people don't like them, but I like them for events like this because it keeps everybody in the track. It is the fun factor. Some people are going to be racing for sure, you know, they want to win. Everybody wants to win. But for those who have some, you know, more like kickback mentality to have fun, that's the main thing, you know. Just kick back, relax, have fun, and you end up where you're going to end up. That's what matters, is the fun factor.
Exactly, and hopefully these guys are having fun. It's Luke Maxwell versus Georgie Mackay at the moment for 18th place overall. Maxwell gives Mackay a bit, this could get confusing, Maxwell gives Mackay a bit of room there in the chicane, but in the end it wasn't taken by the Prismatic Motorsports Mercedes, and so they stay behind. Lots of stuff going out there at the circuit, so I appreciate we're jumping between battles a little bit here, but that's okay because there's a fight for 7th as well, as we've mentioned earlier, between Samsung Canaan Esports and Altitude Esports as well. Into Maggots and Beckett's they go, and traffic is becoming a problem. Of course it is. We're more than 8 hours into this race, and after all, we only have 3 cars in GT3 on the lead lap, and only it was only 1 car earlier in GT4. We're now up to 4 at least, but not many cars remaining on the lead lap at this stage.
Yeah, and not really. I think also the pace that the WSR team has done, as they're going to dive down the inside of Blocco Motore into still right there. Both cars are going to get this done and does it quite quickly. That's the good thing, you know, despite everything that we're seeing on the board on our left side of the screen, saying a lot of the guys are back 1 lap, we still have some race going in the middle of the pack, or even at the back of the pack, depending on circumstances. We just saw who's been done. I can also see the fight between Redline and Prismatic for 18th and 19th is still going on, for example.
And Maxwell is actually not that far away from Robert Stoughton in the 17th place for Project 88 team, so there's a lot going on back there. But also here inside the top 10 as well. This is by far the closest gap inside the top 10. In fact, it's one of only 2 below 10 seconds at this stage, so Hutchison is looking for his way through. Although there always is the question at this stage in the race, are they actually looking for a way through, or are they just looking to save a bit of fuel behind one another at this stage? It's difficult always to tell. That was late on the brakes, and he's getting closer into Brooklands.
I honestly thought the way that Mark actually went around into Brooklands, the car was going to get it, you know, slightly off angle. The car would actually get a little bit sliding into the entry, because Brooklands is quite of a tricky corner for you to get in and get the braking right and the turn in right, because you kind of do some braking while you're turning in. So fortunately for them, the car looks stable. That Audi looks good on the track.
Absolutely, probably in one of its final 24-hour races after all. The new version is coming soon. So I wonder, is there another long endurance race that it will be a part of? I can't really think of any.
We don't have any more special events this year, so
no. So yeah, it's going to be new Audi time very soon. Wonder if it's going to be any. The problem always has been with the Audi, hasn't it? And this is right back to when it came out about 7 years ago, 6-7 years ago. It's just not that strong over the course of an endurance race. It's too difficult to control, as Mark Hutchinson goes down the inside and makes the move. 7th place for Altitude Esports. That was a nice move on the brakes, and maybe using that bit of traffic slightly to help them on their way.
Yeah, that was lightly done, but just that GT4 getting in the way at the exit of Vale and nearly getting into the entry of the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight. Is that how you Brits say it nowadays?
Well, it's not really stuck yet, but it is technically.
Someday I'll get that right. But anyway, at the Lewis Hamilton Straight, nearly made a bit of a blunder, and that could have ended badly for everybody.
Well, it's the thing. Straights aren't quite as often named as corners, and they're not as iconic sometimes as corners. I know the straights are all named at Silverstone, but on other tracks they're not always named. So it's a little bit odd, and it takes a little bit longer to stick than it would for a corner. But I mean, the Daytona chicane at Le Mans has been a thing for a while, and that's not really stuck yet, has it? So it all takes time, no matter whether it's a straight or a corner or whatever it is. It takes time to stick, but eventually it will, I'm sure.
Do you really think it's going to stick, though?
Well, it depends how long they keep it like that. I'd imagine so.
I don't know. It's kind of like more. I would say I'm not going to say I'm more of an enthusiast about racing, but it's odd for me. For me, it's the same thing if you naming the Le Mans chicane around the bus stop at Daytona.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's odd. It's kind of odd for you to throw a corner just like that. I understand the partnership and everything, because let's be honest, IMSA and WBC are at its golden moments right now. We see the golden era of racing, right? But still throwing those corner names just out of the blue for you to get on with it and get along with that. It's odd.
It's difficult. We'll have our, I'm sure, a discussion about those kind of things and the health of sports car racing at the moment. I'm sure a little bit later when maybe things have gotten a bit quieter, but for now we're very much settling into, well, I thought it was going to be a bit of a sunset stint for us, but actually it's going to be a bit of a nighttime one because it's pretty dark out there already. We're now following Luke Maxwell again. He's no longer on the defence to Georgie Mackay, who has lost quite a bit of time here, 3.5 seconds. Wondering if there was maybe an incident, but I think it's just been a bit of speed from Luke Maxwell. Will he find his way down the inside of Robert Stoughton as well into Stowe? No. They will both be on their way through from this lap car up in front very soon, you'd imagine, as well. That was a bit of a slow up in front of the Audi. Will Maxwell be able to capitalise on that? The answer to that is no as well. So they'll both get down the inside and they'll both be through. Maxwell's going to have to turn his attentions pretty quickly from having to defend earlier from the Prismatic Motorsports car to now having to attack the Project 88 team car just up in front now.
Yeah, just trying to look at the gap right here right now. It's 3/10 of a second that separates them into turn number 1 and number 2. So it's going to be quite of an interesting battle moving forward for all these guys. And Maxwell won a really good drive on that team Redline, even though we would think there's too much yellow on that car.
if that's possible for some people. It's a little bit orange. No, it's yellow, isn't it? It's just a dark.
It's yellow.
It's just a dark, bad shade of yellow. In my opinion, it's not a great colour, but there we are. That's what they've chosen. Team Redline here, in the number 17. So trying to find their way through to 16th at the moment, but already a few laps down. To be fair, it is fairly easy to find yourself a lap down around here, so you can't blame them too harshly for that. Through turn one.
But I think.
Go on.
I was just gonna say being a lap down. I think in a race like the way that it progressed and how that one at WSR has been, I think it's quite natural. Nothing much you can do over there. Just keep your head up and ride on.
Yes, it's that's what he's gonna have to do here. Luke Maxwell over the under the Hanger Straight Bridge. They'll go. Well, that camera's situated actually. Now, will there be a move here instead? No, I think Maxwell's still too far away. In the background there's a couple of cars pretty close to one another, but they're not actually for position, despite both being outside the top 20. Now there may be a chance for Maxwell, though. He's on the outside again, and the Project 88 car is on the inside again. And once again, Luke Maxwell can't find his way through, so this is proving pretty difficult at the moment. I get the feeling that Maxwell is certainly being held up, and if he were to be in 16th place, he would probably have a bit more speed and maybe be able to get away from the Audi.
I wanted to look on the last few lap deltas for Maxwell. I think he's going to try to set up a move over here on the hairpins, and not going to have enough space to do that unless it opens up on the second leg that goes outside of entry. But I think you're right on the point. You know, losing maybe a little bit of a track space and things like that are being held back by the Audi, which I think you were talking about the Audi not having a good progression, historical progression. I would agree with that, but at the very beginning, I think the Audi, within its first 2 years, was the best car, or one of the best cars. The only thing that it doesn't know how to take is curves. Like if you see a curve in an Audi car, just stay away. Like have a 2 kilometer restraint order. Other than that, the car is kind of like decent. It's just the last 3 years, I would say, that it's not been the best car. I would say it's one of the worst cars in the grid nowadays, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been sort of superseded by a lot of the newer cars, hasn't it, really? I mean, think of the amount of cars on this grid that have come out post the Audi. I mean, it's all of them, isn't it? It's the oldest car on the grid in our racing now, isn't it? The Lamborghini came out well after that. There's a new version of the Mercedes now, even if it is a similar, even if they came out at the same time, the original one. Dane's just said the McLaren in my ear. Do we have a McLaren in this field? Because I've not seen one. Oh, not in this field. Okay, we do have one. It still races at the top level of GT3. Good point, to be fair, because that is older. But other than that, no. We've obviously got the BMW as well, which is very new. Even the old Ferrari and the new Ferrari are both younger. So there you go. Point somewhat proven. As Robert Stoughton comes in, Luke Maxwell will gain the position, and the Audi will come into pit lane. Yeah, I've never really fancied it over an endurance distance. I know that what you're saying about the fact that it was very quick, 5, 6, 7 years ago, but even in an endurance race in the first World Championship seasons of those longer races, it was still a bit precarious from time to time.
It was definitely like there were races where you would see the majority of the cars being, I would say, either the AMG or the McLaren. Then when it came out, it actually was I think for a few bit was the car of choice for some of the events. But I still remember like it was fighting alongside the Z4. During the Z4 dominant year, I think it was 2018. That was right around when the car came out for being the most dominant GT3 on the grid, which was insane to think about a car that it was like made for in 2015 being dominant in 2018.
What a great car, though. What a fantastic car the BMW Z4 is. Have you heard what Lewis Verglade said about the BMW Z4 the other week, by the way?
No, go ahead. I'm interested to know.
Oh, as Alexander Davidson makes pretty hard work of that overtake. Lewis Verglade said the words, the BMW M4 GT3 looks better than the BMW Z4. And Dave's just agreed with him, so I'm about to lose my mind.
The BMW M4 looks better than the Z3.
Z4.
The Z4. Oh.
Is that a thing?
Sorry. No. The Z. Well, there is a Z3, but it was never a Z3 GT3.
Yes.
But yeah, the M4 looks better than the Z4. I would agree in portions because I think it's more of a GT car than what the Z4 is, in my opinion.
You lot are all just.
But there's a but.
It's just unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, you're all wrong. This is
mate. I'm not dissing the Z4. It's like there are a few liveries in the Z4 which I think they are beautiful liveries, but for if we're talking about GT as Gran Turismo or Gran Touring cars look, I would say the M4 has more of a GT feel than the Z4 does.
It's unbelievable comments, but anyway, let's move on.
Let me just say one thing.
Sorry, go on.
Remove the grill, though. You can remove the grill, though.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, you can't... Well, anyway, that's one of the big reasons why the BMW Z4, the M4, sorry, looks so bad. But anyway, at least we can't see it now because it's dark, so that's good. Will Chadwick's just unlapped himself, by the way, which is what I was going to say, in the 11 Temps racing team. Not sure whether he had to really work that hard for it, because I just looked back at the screen again, the Lamborghini was suddenly in front again, but it's a psychological thing, I suppose. He's chasing down BRT and Alistair Kirk at the moment. It doesn't really mean a lot, because as we said earlier, there's no safety cars, so they won't, be back on the lead lap or anything. They're just... Well, they are back on the lead lap, but it doesn't realistically matter. It's just a psychological boost for them.
Yeah, but don't tell Will that.
I'd like to see Will do well. Dave says he doesn't need an ego boost, which I don't necessarily... maybe he does. I don't know.
No. He made it through contenders. He's in Pesks, so he's fine.
Yeah, he is. He's a good driver, as much as people wouldn't like to say.
He's all right.
Don't want to give him too much credit, but there he is, 4th place at the moment, doing some heavy lifting for 11 Temps, which is good to see for them, because they've got 5 other drivers registered, as far as I can see, for them. So,
yeah,
realistically, that's not a lot of driving to contend with for Will. Although I say that on paper, and then I did an endurance race with 5 drivers, which in theory is only 5 hours each. I say only, but it felt like an awful lot at the time.
I'm still trying to get the record of having 16 drivers within, like, drive a 24-hour race with 16 drivers. I still have that goal in my mind. I will
16?
do that before I ever, yeah.
That's the limit, I'm guessing, for the.
That's the limit. That's the
24
limit.
hours, 16. That's like an hour each, and then maybe an hour and a half for someone, or maybe an hour and a half each. Maybe you do it in
like
prototypes, and you get an hour and a half each. Just do a double each, and you're done. That's quite a good way to do an endurance race.
Yeah, I swear I have a goal that I will do that.
Do you have 15
but now
friends?
now that we. Wow.
I'm only joking.
I did not see this coming from you, Ewan. From Dane, I would expect that. I know he's in production, but not from you, Ewan.
Sorry.
I'm in shock.
The fact that I said it on broadcast as well is even worse. So I'm sorry, but it was an open goal, wasn't it? Really, it'd be rude not to.
No, I left the door open.
You did, and I walked straight through. To be fair, so thanks for the opportunity there. But no, it would be funny. I wonder if anybody has done it. It must have been done before, surely.
Oh, of course. Of course. If people have done like solo 24 hours, why would they want to do it with 16 people?
That's true. Although it's a supremely decreased physical challenge, to be fair, compared to doing it 24 on your own. Dane wants to know why the limit is 16, as if anybody knows there's any logical reason for it being the number being 16, then let us know, because it does seem like an awful lot for the limit to be. I mean, 8 seems like a lot to me.
No, like humanly speaking, I think the limit would be 8, but let's talk about inhuman things, inhuman achievements. 16 would be like the golden number. For example, like you know the 23 hours of the like when Jimmy Broadbent does his 23 hours of Zelda, right?
Next weekend, yeah.
Wait, is it next weekend?
It is next weekend, yes.
I was not informed of this. My golden opportunity has waned.
It's probably got. To be fair, I didn't really know until about the other day as well. To be fair, so but that's because I'm not a driver and I wasn't ever going to try and enter anyway. If I was a driver, maybe I would be a bit more alert. But unfortunately, that's passed. We'll tune in probably because it's always a good one. By the way, Will Chadwick is into the pit lane again for 11 tenths. That's from 4th. Thought we were going to get a battle between himself and Alistair Kirk actually, but that's not going to happen. BRT are going to stay 3rd as of right now, and Oliver Carwardine, is going to get into that car, the 11 tenth racing team car. So hopefully we'll be able to speak to Will Chadwick very soon.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh dear, big trouble, and into the wall for one of the Mercedes. That is that prismatic? I can't see anymore.
Looks like it.
No, maybe not. I don't know. At the moment.
That was Blocco Motore.
Yes, okay, Blocco Motore. Maciej Milkowski at the wheel of that one at the time, the 83. I think he did drive it back to pit lane, but it was a classic case of just coming over a bit too far on the GT4. Yeah,
unfortunate right there, but I think that's more like we're starting to go into the night hours, so we know, historically speaking, the more mistakes will be done during that hour, so it's just natural things to happen. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I think I was reading through our YouTube chat real quick. We got people that are doing this for the first time ever. Like the first 24 hours the team is actually over here. That's kind of cool.
Very cool to see, and a good look to everyone who is doing their first 24-hour race. And a good evening to Tom Gadd, who's asking for a shout-out to the number 26 TSR, their first 24-hour race, as he said, Lorenzo, as a team. Some of the guys have only been on iRacing for a couple of months. That is a daunting prospect. So a congratulations, a good luck to them. They're currently running in 26th, and just for my eyes, because I prefer it, if they could stay 26th in the number 26, that'd be nice. But
yes,
I'm joking.
Yes, please.
I'm joking, of course. But a shout out to them and a good luck to them on the journey for the 24-hour race. We always remember the first 24 we've ever done. Mine was only a few months ago. I'm sure yours was a bit further, Lorenzo. But it's a memorable one, so hopefully it's a good one for them.
Yeah, absolutely. If I remember, my first one was actually the 24 hours of Daytona. Yeah, it was the 24 of Daytona. So, really good race. I think I did that on the HPD, if I remember correctly, when the HPD used to do the driving with the DPs as well. So, really, a really fun drive. I did this with some of my friends. But, man, thinking about that, it was like nearly 10 years ago. Jeez. That's when the age starts to kick in a little bit.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm sure. I hope anyway that these guys will do the same. And continue on for years to come. We're now joined, by the way, for a bit of a chat with one of the 11 Temps Racing Team drivers, and I bet you can guess who it is. Will Chadwick now joins us for a bit of a chat. Welcome in, Will. Good to see you. How are you doing this evening?
Doing all right. It's nice. I enjoy doing a GT3 race. First time in like 10 months, so yeah, it's nice.
It is, and it's still very busy out there on the circuit as well. You dragged that car into 4th place and dragged it back onto the lead lap as well in that stint there. Where do you sort of read where your car is at this stage in the race? There's still, of course, an awful long way to go, but realistically, we've done 8.5 hours now. We've been racing for a while.
Yeah, we have been racing for a while. Yeah, it was a late call up from me. Originally was going to drive with Christian, who we saw start the car, and some other guys. However, complications, not enough drivers, so we jumped into this team with 11 Temps, and just here for fun, really. It's often, I think, when you do high-level esports, you forget that sim racing at heart is fun. So it's nice just to come here with no pressure and just have fun.
Exactly. It's imagine that a bit of as you say, pressure relief for you, especially over the last few months of more competitive racing, shall we say. How are you enjoying sort of the Lamborghini as well? Because it looks great with the sort of, what would you call that? The roof lights? I don't know what you call that, but
endurance lights, I think, is what they call it on the setup.
Endurance lights.
Yes, that's probably the word I was looking for. Endurance lights. It looks fantastic. But how is it driving here tonight as the sun went down during your stint?
Well, obviously, recently starting to manage my own setup shop alongside Jaimo, who have done stuff with ACC for a long time. So just literally picked up the set we publish and then just turned it a little bit into an endurance set. So a little bit down on the camber, on the front, just changed the bar at the front bar, one click down, and off we went with full fuel. And car's driving beautifully. It's got a nice little, just to make it drivable for everyone, just has a tad bit of understeer, just so it's comfortable for everyone at high speed. And yeah, it's been really fast. Picked up the fastest lap of the race. Could have probably done a bit better if it had been on the second to last lap, but yeah, I'm happy with how my stint goes. And the Lambo's been great.
Yeah, it's always a good idea in an endurance race anyway, just to have a bit of understeer, I find, but I prefer that anyway, so that's fine. Just on the traffic briefly as well, because, we may have heard on the stream, but I've not heard what it's been like. There are more GT3s than GT4s, but there's still 17 of them to negotiate. Is it noticeably heavy traffic, or is it not that bad?
The start of this stint for me was really bad. Kind of the about, not the start, maybe middle sort of time, when I was like 18 laps of fuel left to about 8. Was really quite bad, especially when WSR pitted from the lead and they were kind of just a couple seconds in front of us. It was just constant, but it's not really just the GT4s. There's a large range of skill inside this lobby, and sometimes the GT3s can be kind of challenging to pass with, when they're also, if you're navigating a lap GT3 but they're also navigating a GT4, it can be quite challenging. But it's part of endurance racing, and it's been a lot of fun.
Now, Will, one of the things that got me curious, and we never talked about this actually. you had a very busy year if we're talking about you specifically, because you've gone from different teams, then you decided, well, not decided, but you became kind of like of a coach and manager to phase, even on ESL R1, and then went to do PESC in the Porsche Sports Super Cup and even qualify for it, if I remember correctly. But of all these things you've done and accomplished this year, is there anything that you might say this was the hardest for me to tackle on?
It's got to be the qualifying series for PESC. It was tough. I'm personally quite happy with how I performed. We didn't quite get there in the end with having obviously the issues in the final round. Just got spun before the corner, but it's part of racing, and I was happy with how I performed in that. It could have been a little bit better. Qualifying for me was always an issue, and I kind of rectified it a bit this year. Not crazy fast, but never really choking to the point where you're last place or you're off tracking the lap. So I think in general this year's been quite up and down. Not done as many GT3 races I like. Obviously, disconnect I had in the Nürburgring 24-hour from the lead in Porsche Cup was pretty heartbreaking, but I'm really excited for what the future holds. I've worked with many great organisations this year, and I thank everyone for the opportunities that I've had. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I think fun is the key word, because a lot of people lose sight of fun when we talk about competitive esports.
Absolutely, it is all about that at the end of the day. Talking about the very near future, just lastly, Will, is this your last race before Christmas? What's the plan before the end of the year?
I think a certain event announced by IMSA may make that not the last race. But however, I will say that you've obviously got the Jimmy Broadbent charity race next weekend for mental health and 23 Hours is Older. I'm sure many people across sim racing will tune into that, and I'll be racing in that as I have done for the past 2 years with a bunch of friends, so it's always fun to do that. But competitively, yeah, probably just the IMSA GT4 race, which I'll try and do.
Very nice. Will, great to chat to you again. Thanks so much for coming to join us here tonight, and we wish your team luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Wish you luck for the rest of your commentary. Enjoy it.
Thanks very much. Will Chadwick there from 11 Temps Racing Team. 4th place currently for them. Oliver Coadine at the wheel of that one. That was Will Chadwick chatting to us there. He seems very upbeat, and he does seem very relaxed, doesn't he? He said it's, a sort of a relaxing race for him, if you can call a 24-hour race relaxing, just having a bit of fun with it after all, which sometimes you don't always get to do at the very top level, which of course Will has been at, especially this last year. But it sounds like he's having fun, and that's the main aim.
No, absolutely. It kind of like goes on the questioning that I've done for him, being like kind of like of a manager and coach for like Crim 6 when he was back at ESL R1 this year. I think you were kind of like of a witness of this, even because you've seen that in person, right? But also managing to move away from Altus and kind of like do PESC qualifying. Not gonna say all by himself, but didn't have a team, of course, while managing the Hemo setup, which is his setup shop, one of his setup shops, or his setup shop. So it's kind of a cool to see the progression of taking the back seat or the backbone a little bit and just relax. See, there are like some relaxing moments in the midst of all seriousness that the drivers usually get on a yearly basis.
We've got another protest coming in for race control, I'm afraid, and we're on board with the driver that is being protested against. Oh, that's an interesting one. Now,
what?
I think there was contact to the rear left, which broke the suspension slightly, and so they veered to the left and straight into the car. Now, you remember, it was this car, wasn't it? It was Maciej Smilkowski who went into the wall for Blocker Motore, and they were in the wall at the end. Now, do they clip the rear left here or not? Yes, they do. And there's the contact. So there's protest being made there. I don't really see how the 83 are going to get anything out of that, as in they're going to give a penalty to the GT4, if you see what I mean, because they were the ones that clipped the Porsche on the way past, and I don't even know why they got that close, in all honesty.
Yeah, well, I'll give my opinion after the next instance.
Yes, let's have another look at some other stuff that's gone on before we go. Oh, this is interesting. 3 wide. That was an ambitious move from the race leader. Is it? It is the race leader.
It is.
The 123 WSR Esports ButtKicker car gets into contact, and that was silly. That was needless from Alexander Davidson, who really should know better. And I'm afraid he could land himself in trouble for that.
Absolutely, and if he lands himself in trouble, it's basically, I'm not going to say the full race incident, but that would be his like drive-through maybe to the race leader. So wow.
Well, I think this could be a problem for the race leaders. Let's see though. There's no further action given on the last protested incident, by the way, so Maciej Mukowski and Błoko Motore are going to be disappointed with that, and the Cayman we were on board with will be very pleased. But I agree with that decision, to be honest. There wasn't a lot that the Cayman could have done.
No, same. And one could argue that sometimes when you report these situations, it got slightly dicey.
Oh my word.
3 wide. Oh, please don't make it 3 wide. You're not even battling for position. Why would you do that for? But I was going to say, sometimes in these occasions, whenever you report some other driver, that happened to my team. We actually got the penalty. So, yeah, sometimes that can happen. And you didn't give room to the Porsche. You basically try to do side draft as we see. Oh,
smash.
That is not healthy.
The 73
for position?
Old Turtles Motorsport. It might have been, the 73 Old Turtles Motorsport, I think, was hit there by Aztec Sim Racing. The 390 of Matthew Cheverton.
No.
I think, it may not have been. Maybe it was for position then. Yes, DCW Racing Egg Andy Jones. Sorry, I've accused the wrong car there. Andy Jones in DCW Racing smashed into the back of the Old Turtles Motorsport car, but they went back to pit lane almost immediately there. Wonder whether there'll be a protest for that as well. Not sure whether we'll get one come through there or not, but we'll wait and find out. But 2 incidents at the loop within minutes of each other. That was unusual.
Yeah, less than ideal for them, as we probably have more stuff we have more noises coming from production.
We will have more stuff to watch out for here. The number 52 Chimera racing car is going to be in this involved in this next incident. That's the Mercedes you can see behind. He's going to go for a move. It's a late one at Maggots and Beckett's, and they're going to get themselves in trouble for that, surely. That was a bit needless as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a slam dunk penalty right there.
It was one of the fellow Mercedes GT4s that they ended up spinning around. It's TeamRedX.com who are last at the moment and over 100 seconds behind the next car, and that's a real shame for them. By the way, we continue to follow Błoko Motore here, not because we're lingering on the last incident. They're actually behind Prismatic Motorsports. Cassandra Winkelbauer has just gotten into that car, and Błoko Motore still driven by Maciej Mukowski, looking for a way through into 19th, and that's why you can see these 2 Mercedes weaving around and battling with one another now. Will Winkelbauer be able to hang on? Well, should be able to, but there's a GT4 in the way, and even so, Prismatic hang on for now in 19th place. Oh, careful with that kind of thing.
No.
Błoko Motore down the inside. Will they go down the inside again? Very nearly. Winkelbauer just about gave enough room there, and that was aggressive from Maciej Mukowski on both of the 2 cars, and he goes smashing over the curb as well there.
And I've seen incidents just like that happen at that specifically portion of the exit of Stowe in other leagues, and let me tell you, they're not pretty at all.
No, it's not good news when you're seeing someone doing something like that. So fortunately, everyone gets away with all of that. By the way, DCW Racing Egg, for me, faded out on the screen, which sometimes suggests that a team has retired. That was straight after they'd hit the Old Turtles Lamborghini. I wonder whether we've got our first retirement of the day, because they have been in pit lane for a very long time now and are not emerging as things stand.
Yeah. Unfortunate as Red X is in the pit lane right now.
So they're well, apparently Dane says they're driving, but they're not on my timing screen. There they are on the track. So what's happened there? Well, anyway, they're on the track again now. It was a bit of a longer stop than usual. It's nearly a minute, but they're driving again now. So I don't know. I can't give you any answers to that at the moment. They're 23rd now anyway, and about a lap behind that fight for 19th that we're continuing to follow. There's also been a pit stop and a driver change for Team Redline. Luke Maxwell has gotten out for John McCutcheon, two regular Radicals drivers, or in different leagues and whatever. Or Maxwell was present in a couple of the rounds of the Radical Esports Cup UK that just finished last night, won by Nathan Moore, of course. Crofter Wood actually was second in that championship. I've seen him in the YouTube chat earlier on today as well, which is good to see him. But plenty of the people who were rating last night and in previous rounds of that championship back once again here this afternoon or this evening to race in the 24 Hours of Silverstone, and see plenty of them pairing up, which is good news as well. That was a big dive in towards turn 3. Village, I hope everybody came out all right from that, because it was very, very close indeed as we go back to this fight for 4th place. 11 tenths looking to hang on from Chimera Racing, who are trying to get past them at the moment for 4th position, these two cars. The first one's now off the lead lap.
Yeah, and Jenner just half a second faster on the previous lap here, Ewan. So maybe that Mercedes picking up some pace. Looks like to be better than the Lamborghini, especially at the high-speed corners. Looking forward to see how the number 52 driver is going to work at the Lamborghini to make the overtake work.
That's a better exit off of Maggots and Beckett's, I would say. And
much better.
Jacob Jenner should be through here. It's going to be the outside line, though. This is going to be a long way round at Stowe. You're always fed this way, of course, and that does make your life harder, but he's a long way alongside on the way in towards the turn. He'll brake relatively late. He'll squeeze the Lamborghini just enough. Don't go too wide, and he does stay within the white lines. It looks like it's going to be a very well executed overtake. Jacob Jenner up to 4th place.
That's a textbook maneuver for you to do on the outside of Stowe. Really well done.
Very well done indeed. Great pass made, and up another position into 4th. There is Oliver Carwadine, just speaking to Will Chadwick of the 11 Temps racing team, but they're now down to 5th since we last saw them. There's John McCutcheon just behind in the other Lamborghini, by the way, and he's getting dived now by one of the Mercedes. Is that fight for position, or is that just a fight on track? It is just a track position at the moment.
On track.
Yeah, it's just on track. There goes McCutcheon past a couple of cars, so he'll feed his way through. There's a lot of cars I've worked out now on very different laps, and that's, I guess, what happens in one of these very long races.
No, yeah, absolutely. It just gets a little bit confusing, especially if you're in the car that normally would be the faster car, or the car that would be in a better position. You would say, oh, it's going to pick up speed, and not quite. You know, you can see the struggles coming out of the car in Lamborghini, and he's trying to cope with the car, especially with nighttime conditions. And these are one of the tracks whenever it gets really dark, it's very dark. You can barely see where you're turning in, so you have to be very careful how you approach the corners. So that's why I think some of the drivers are taking more of a careful approach and try to do their lines up more appropriately, and that's why we are also seeing the same a higher number of mistakes as well.
It's difficult to see where they're going. In fact, a good afternoon or good evening to Stephen Koenig, actually, from the Heap Together team Heap Together in the 388 GT4. Janneman Preuss currently at the wheel. He was driving last night as well, by the way. Koenig said that he reports it's rather dark. I'd imagine that it is out there on the circuit at the moment. can't really see where they're going for the most part, I would imagine, these drivers. This is the fight for 8th place, Triple S Racing versus Kimura Racing. So Kimura Racing clearly involved in a couple of battles as we go on board with one of the Aston Martins in the field. The number 9 in 9th place. Pulls to the left-hand side, just at the Triple S Racing car. Aaron May at the wheel of it. One of the GT3s comes flying through. Still, as I said, very, very busy out there on the circuit as of right now. Still nearly 50 on the track. 49 still running in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. And we've just got 15 hours remaining in this one. See the headlights of... Is that the headlights or floodlights in the background? I think it's floodlights, isn't it? Nobody particularly close behind. Ovenden sliding around in the Aston Martin onto the front straight.
No, that's flashlights.
Now there's headlights, yeah. It's difficult to tell. At this time of night, you really can't see anything. I think he's been dived, though, and there goes the Porsche. It's one of the Olympus cars, isn't it, that's gone down the inside.
It's a lead Olympus car.
Yeah, thought it might be. Severe Ridpath, the leader. In fact, there is only one Olympus. Oh, no, there is two, so it could be both, I suppose. But it is the Olympus car. You are indeed correct, I think, the race leader. But whatever it is, it's not helpful for Will Ovenden because his rival is now separated by a car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just breaking the pack a little bit, but I think she's going to take the opportunities right, I would say, Cops. She's trying to get a better exit at Luffield. And but the thing is, the mistake done by Kimura, I think it's what breaks away the pack a little bit moving forward. But still a battle, alive, despite all circumstances on the track.
Battle is indeed still alive. One of the Ferrari GT3 is going to make its way past. So we've only got 488 as far as I can work out in this field here tonight. Despite the new Ferrari coming out, the 296 not fancied over the 488, which has been around for considerably longer, of course. Now that pass down the inside from the Audi may present Ovenden with a chance here. He'll be in the slipstream. It's not quite so strong though, and I don't think the exit was quite as good as he was hoping for. Thought the presence of the Audi there would just halt the Aston in front, but no. Ovenden will continue to stare at the back of the Triple S Racing car. And so the fight for 8th will continue, even with some GT3s firing down the inside, and it will once again split up by one of the Lamborghinis that goes in between the two.
Yeah, that was the RD SimSport that did the dive bomb around the exit is still going into Vale and Club. And you can even see Triple S Racing not one appreciative of the moves done by the Lamborghini, as the gap still is at a steady 0.5 of a second between both Aston Martins.
Yeah, Stephen Koenig pointing out the contrast between tonight's racing versus last night with the Radicals, of course. It's a very, very different beast to tackle for, I'd imagine, anyone who's picked any of these cars, actually. Never mind just the Aston Martin that the Heap Together team are driving. It's very different for everybody. These cars obviously a bit less downforce, but I think realistically the GT3s do a similar lap time to the Radicals. I think the Radicals may have been slightly quicker last night than the GT3s, but they make their lap times in very different ways.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of a way where I can say the Radicals. The Radicals is kind of like a buffer between a prototype. It's kind of like an entry-level prototype if you want to think about it. It's kind of like an LMP3, but that doesn't look like an LMP3. You know, it's off from you to categorize.
Let's have a look at this here. Oh dear, miscommunication there, and one of the Porsches goes flying into the wall. I think it was a top 10 running car, if I'm not mistaken. Sim Dynamics, Matthew Jones, who will have lost out to Olympus Sports, Vanguard and Aztec Racing GT. That's the classic example of miscommunication, and why we always say to slower traffic, stay on your line, be predictable.
No, absolutely. I agree 100%. The Porsche didn't collaborate by staying on the line. Thought it would help a little bit by going to the inside, and doing that in the nick of time just doesn't help anything for the GT3 drivers. So that's why we saw the incident going on right there, as they're going to be breaking away by the P13 car, which is, if I'm correct, Sim Dynamics going through.
Ironically, the other Sim Dynamics car in GT3 going through. Both in 13th briefly, but that's going to change with Matthew Jones still in pit lane as far as I can tell. The number 1 SOP eSports racing car is also still in pit lane. Now, is that a retirement for Alex Phillips? Because they have come down pit lane and escaped, and I think they could be done for the day here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. They were the ones, of course, who got the penalty for that incident at the Vale chicane as well. I think we may have our first retirement of the day.
Ooh.
Well, just as we get news of that, we'll have a little look at some replays of other things that have been going on out on the circuit. This is out onto the front straight, and a big slide and a big spin for one of the Mercedes in GT4. Thankfully, it doesn't collect anybody else and go with them. Unfortunately, we don't have lit up numbers on these cars, so it's somewhat difficult to tell who is who. I think that was Triple S Racing being told. Aaron May, is that possible? Well, maybe not. But Triple Blade is what I should have heard that. I'm not very need my ears tested clearly, because anyway, that was the spin into the ground. I mean, at least the silver lining we can take from that is it didn't take anybody with them. Is the positive?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at another incident though where some drivers weren't so lucky. This is down the inside from the of the Prismatic Motorsports car into Brooklands, and unfortunately that is into the wall for them, and they've carried on. Actually, Cassandra Winkelbauer it is at the wheel, and they've carried on, but at what cost, I would argue, at this stage. It was a bit of an ambitious move, but a difficult one to call, really, into Brooklands there.
Yeah, the angle didn't, help one bit, unfortunately.
Well, let's have another look at something else. The Empire Motorsport number 997 trying to lap one of the Olympus cars. This is not the leading GT4, but the one in 10th, trying to go through on the outside, and well, what was that all about? There was flashing of the lights there before there was even any contact.
Yeah, was that coming from the am I going crazy, or was coming slightly from the GT4?
I don't really know. It was difficult to tell. I couldn't understand why they couldn't have accommodated each other there. We'll have a look at the onboard from the GT4 just to really get an idea. Are they fully to the left here? Are they doing all they can to stay away, or are they drifting out? Yeah, they are. The GT3 there, for whatever reason, just pulls straight in front of him there.
Yeah. No blame on the Olympus car.
I don't know why you would do that in the Lamborghini there.
Racing things.
Well, it was a bit crazy, really. Old Turkish Motorsport are recovering from that spin a few moments ago to now chase down Aztec Racing. That's Matthew Cheverton, who's in 21st now, and has just been lapped by, well, he's trying to be lapped by one of the other Mercedes, and that is going to help Dan Breckus enormously get involved in this fight.
No, absolutely, and for I think having the P14 car, which is the Furious Sim Sport of Stuart Reynolds in the midst of all things, just helped out the cause for Breckus. So let's see if the Lamborghini of all turtles proves to be a fast turtle around chicane complex. Not chicane, but hairpin complex.
And very well parked on the apex there. The Mercedes making absolutely sure there, Matthew Cheverton, that Dan Breckers didn't go for the over and under, didn't get the exit that he wanted to, and so try and go through at Brooklands. He just parked his car in the right places and said, you're not coming through.
Yeah, but I like the fact that Breckers was trying to be cheeky and go for the up and under at the exit of the hairpin going 3-3.
Now, we've having word through from 11 Temps racing team have pitted early because they pitted early, and they've had to change out their driver because of wheel issues. Christian Skaruta is now at the wheel of that one in the number 32. They're down to 7th, now behind not only Chimera Racing, who overtook them earlier, but Team Loose, Spurwing and Altitude Esports as well. Not a good hour or so for 11 Temps Motorsport.
No, unfortunately not. But that's just the nature of racing, you know. Sometimes you can have these technical difficulties. Is the equivalent of the mechanical failures that you would have in real life. So nothing you can do right there other than just chin up and move forward. You still have a lot of race going. That was just a technical difficulty. What's matter is having fun, just like Will said.
Absolutely, there still will be, and they're still in a decent place as well. Apparently it was disconnecting a lot throughout the stint, and so thought it was better to get out of the car, and that's probably the right thing to do as well, I would argue. So they'll drop back a little bit, they'll lose some time, but it won't be the end of the world. I mean, they'll be considerably higher up than they would have been if they hadn't have bothered pitting and they'd have just said, you know, well, we'll see what happens. If there's a wheel disconnection and they hit the wall, then it's a bigger issue.
That is true, but if it is just the wheel, I think you kind of can control your life of sorts. You can just hit the brakes, slam it on the brakes, see if the car is gonna stop, and maybe if it stops, you're still alive. You don't have a broken car to deal with.
Well, I think it's safer to do what they did and just swap them out, really, and that's exactly what has happened here for them. So they drop further back. We're still following this battle for 22nd, by the way. Dan Brecker still hangs on to this position for now. He's trying to still get this place for Old Turtles Motorsport, I should say. Into the Cops corner they go. On the inside of some GT4s. They'll fight their way through, and they'll both be free by Maggots and Beckett's by the looks of things.
Yeah, Brecker's just might clear off the Mercedes into the entry of Maggots. Just going to follow around, trying to set himself up around the S's. Better exit for the Lamborghini from what it looks like.
I think it's good enough for the Mercedes to hang on to the place on the way down the hangar straight. It should be more than enough at this stage. It's an interesting matchup between manufacturers. The Mercedes seemingly having the grunt at the moment in the straight line to stay ahead.
I was gonna mention that. Well, they pick up an off track. Ooh, Brake is looking to go for the move right there. Didn't have any room to work with. The Lamborghini looks to be much better around the corners, you know, especially these mid-high corners, where the Mercedes, I know it has a grunt, it has that V8 working in its favor, so it's hard. Yeah, I drive the Lamborghini. I like to drive the Lamborghini more than the other cars whenever I'm on GT3, so I know the stroll this Lamborghini has. Straight line speed compared to other cars. Again, being cheeky.
Yeah, just looking for the exit, but he's swinging wide on the entry to these corners, but he's getting blocked on the exit. Breckers wants to sort of drive out of the corner and get the exit, but Cheriton's sort of parking it on the apex, on the exits of these corners. He's doing a very good job at stopping the Lamborghini from getting that run.
Yeah, and he's allowed to do that, even though
Breckers doesn't like it, clearly.
Yeah, there's a better word for us to define, but this would be like not PG-13, unfortunately. But it's not ideal for if you're Breckers. You're gonna be way unsatisfied with what the 2021 P21 car is doing.
Yeah, but as you say, he's doing nothing wrong. up in towards Magnussen and Beckett's. There's going to be GT4 interference now, and this could be interesting. There'll be a big slow up into Maggots and Beckett's, but Breckus really does back off and knows that he won't be able to follow through, or does he? Well, he does get through, in fact, but the exit off of this and through Chapel is now nowhere near good enough for the Lamborghini, and so now he's got to find somewhere else to try and do this, although the Mercedes will also slow down by the looks of it. No, he'll stay ahead. Another lap complete here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. By the way, we are now 9 hours complete here on RaceSpotTV, and still 15 to go as Dan Breckers tries to find his way through on the outside. He's not going to manage it on that occasion. Still a long way to go here, but we edge ever closer to that halfway mark in this race now, and in this hour, of course, we're now under the cover of full darkness and will be for quite some time.
Good to know. This went flying, though. Barely we would see that an hour has gone past.
It's been very quick, a very quick hour so far. Maybe this is not becoming a quick hour and a stint for Dan Breckers here. Here it is again. Watch Cheverton there on the apex, parks it. I think Breckers is starting to become wise to this, and he's choosing a wider line and a wider exit. But is it mattering? Well, not really, because the Mercedes has so much power anyway that Breckers can't find his way through. Now will he look to the inside? Sort of. Oh, he muscles his way to the inside, and they both make contact. They both spin around, and they'll see who comes out the other side of this first. It's going to be the Mercedes after contact into Brooklands.
And we saw the move was coming, but I think it was a very optimistic move going into Brooklands. We can look at the replay from his perspective, though, from his cockpit perspective. But I think that was very optimistic coming from the back. There wasn't a really good setup outside of the hairpins going to entry, so unfortunate that kind of happened. But he can bounce back. The problem, I think, this would be a penalty for the Lamborghini if it comes, then judge it at fault, of course.
We'll have another look in a couple of moments' time and see what you think, but didn't look particularly great, I've got to say, for those two. Here we go. Here's the onboard from the Lamborghini. So it's a late move down the inside. It's late on the brakes. Is there room? Well, maybe.
Never.
But he didn't find the apex there. He didn't. Well, he got into the side of the Mercedes. I am going to put that one on the Lamborghini as well.
Yeah, you can see he's actually closing towards the Lamborghini, but the problem is that was never an overlap to work with. The overlap is at the apex of the corner into Brooklands, and that's not ideal whatsoever for you to make that corner unscathed. Oh, and the GT4 getting in the way.
And they're going to be separated again now. So it's going to be a bit more of a chase for the old Turtles car. Just have to wait behind at entry and go through again. Race leader, by the way, still Alexander Davidson. They have pitted recently as of WSR Esports ButtKicker. They've only completed, they're only on lap 2 of their stint. There they are, making their way over the old start-finish line. It's Daniel Ferguson, I should say, now at the wheel of that one, ahead of Adam Watson for Altitude Esports. They've got minutes, or laps, over Alistair Kirk in the BRT car. They're in a good place right now, and seemingly they've got away with that incident at the loop as well. I've still not seen it reported. It doesn't look like it's being investigated as an incident, so they may have gotten away with it.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. That would have kind of like turned the race on its head a little bit.
Imagine them getting a drive-through or something. That really would change the scope of the race. And normally it is those types of penalties. Apparently they did get a stop-and-go penalty earlier on in the race as well. They were also, having just scrolled through, they've also been given a no further action for an incident as well at some point. But yes, it was a stop-and-go penalty for a collision with one of the GT4s. That was back in the opening couple of hours of the race, so it was a long time ago, admittedly, but they all count, and just imagine where they would be right now without that.
Yep.
be a long, long way ahead of the rest of the field. There is Daniel Ferguson. He was giving a little bit of information to us earlier on. Wouldn't imagine he's doing much now, or giving us much now. So at 58 seconds is the gap as this line of traffic continues. Here's the battle again, and they do look back together again now with Dan Breckus and Matthew Cheriton back for round 2.
Going around Aintree again. Can we still can I say hello, old friend?
Well,
if he goes
maybe in a minute.
again?
Maybe in a minute, because they're down to Brooklands again. There's no such move. I wonder how that last incident is going to have affected Dan Breckus really in this battle. Is that going to make him more tentative here? Is he going to be more wary of his surroundings, or is he going to go for it? He had a chance to there, arguably.
It's just that I think the car didn't grip up enough the exit of Lowfield. He's just biding his time from what it looks like.
And now he's got the speed. There was a bit of a slow up on the exit of Copse. Has he got his nose alongside? Not really. Didn't have the power off that corner either. So he's got to find another way through, because clearly on the power, it's not going to happen. And he's gone around now. Big spin. He'll be on the brakes. He goes back nearly towards the racing line. He will rejoin safely, thankfully, but that was a big spin and seemingly out of nowhere.
I think he got the contact thing. Sometimes it happens, and fortunately he went for a 360 no-scope at the entry of Beckett. Somehow made it out alive.
It's impressive. Somewhat impressive that he wasn't collected by anybody else either. Somebody making their way out the pit lane. There's Stuart Reynolds for Fury Simsport, driving that Mercedes, the only Fury car on the grid. Stuart Reynolds making his way around the loop now, trying to chase down Simon Mason, who is in the Sim Dynamics number 22, looking for that 12th position, and he gained 2.3 seconds on that last lap, did Stuart Reynolds. Maybe he's looking for this move very, very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Just picking on his last lap, 2:01 for Stuart Rain as well, while Mason 2:04. I'm wondering if that 2:04 most likely has to be attributed to traffic. So
it could be. We'll have a look. What's these? Well, we'll have a look at the next lap times when we get there. Forgot that that's the old start-finish straight. Gap's 2.6 now. It is coming down slowly, but I think you're right. I don't think it's a 2 seconds a lap kind of close margin. For some reason, Daniel Ferguson's done a 2:08.2 on that last lap. He must have had an incident for the race leader. There he is, Daniel Ferguson. And he did have an incident indeed. We'll have a replay of that in a few moments' time, but this has not been a good couple of hour or so for Daniel Ferguson, WSR Esports. Ferguson, of course, has gotten into the car. I can't blame him for the first incident, but this is all him. It's in the final chicane. He brakes on time, but just turns in and spins around, hits the throttle a little bit to get out of the way, and he's lucky he wasn't collected.
yeah, luckily for him, that part of Vale and Club has so much tarmac runoff that it's kind of good. Well, given the fact that they still use the old Vale Club from time to time, so that's why there's tarmac in there. So luckily, not a lot of a time lost for Ferguson, even though that must play a little bit into the shame factor for Dan Ferguson.
A Team Loose Spurwing are off the road with Dylan T. Dylan T. Lees is off the road and has dropped outside the top 5. He's dropped quite a few seconds. This is what happened to the Ferrari, the 488. It's into Brooklands, and it's a simple solo spin by the looks of it.
Yeah, traditional braking meets a car that is slightly oversteering into the entry of Brooklands, because the car is not balanced at the ground. You're still trying to find grip around the corner, and unfortunately the Ferrari just decided to spin.
And it's just a legacy of that corner, really. Very, very
boy.
tricky. That was close. Sure Ferguson has seen that plenty of times in the past, though. It's just about getting back into a rhythm now for Ferguson, because that spin for him at Vale came at a very early part of the stint. He's got to make sure that that doesn't affect him the whole way throughout now.
Nah, it's not, unless everybody in his team decides to pick on him and say like, "Oh, hey, Dan, you're doing a great job. Just don't spin. Don't do us the work of spinning again, please. Thank you so much. Have a great day."
I mean, I don't know about you, but in my experience of driving these long races, that's exactly what happens for the rest of the race.
Oh,
That's true. To be fair, I was driving with Lewis when that last happened, and it was he who crashed, so I enjoyed it very much. But if it was me, then I would have not enjoyed it, maybe. Yes, Dane knew exactly the score there. I know you can't hear him. Maybe that didn't make much sense at home to you. I'm sorry about that, but yes, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what you do. I mean, maybe these guys are a bit more serious than I am in my racing.
oh, it depends. I'm trying to remember which race it was. Me and my friends, we actually had a sweepstakes, if you want to call it. We bet on who was actually going to crash the car first.
It's a good idea.
Because I try to remember, we picked a GT3. I think we picked up the Audi, and we picked up the Audi at I don't know if it was like it was the Petit Le Mans. Okay, it was Petit Le Mans, but I think it was 2018. And me and my friends, we knew the car was trash around turn 8. And we decided, who's gonna crash that car first? So each one put like $10 or 10 euros, and we were like, okay, who's gonna be the first? I was nearly the first. I actually grazed the wall, but I wasn't the one. So I felt good that didn't happen. That wasn't me.
It's a good idea as long as you can't pick yourself, then it's a good idea, because you know, obviously someone will just crash immediately if they pick themselves. To crash first.
I mean, I threw away a potential win at the Nürburgring 24 earlier this year. I nearly destroyed my studio apartment, so I know the feelings.
It's not a nice feeling to have. Nick Scott is in the Quartermass Motorsport car, chasing down Sophie Erowen in the United Sim team, and this was a pass a few moments ago, I think, for the Mercedes just in front, was it? Yes, it was. So that is Sophie Erowen in the 26th place, now ahead of Nick Scott, who is back to 27th. By the way, good evening to David John Gibbons, who's joined us this evening in the YouTube chat as well. He is referencing the battle between Fury SimSport and Sim Dynamics. Stuart Reynolds was catching Simon Mason quite quickly, but did mention that, you know, they're normally in. He's part of the. David's part of the Sim Dynamics team, I'm presuming. Yep. He says that Simon's often in the 201s, and so that 203 or 204 that he did will have been traffic, which happens, I guess, doesn't it? It happens around here. If you get a bad run, then you can lose a few seconds easily.
Yeah, it is. You can lose up to 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, depending on how bad you take it. And it's good to see the old dinosaur, if you want to call it, David. He's still scruffing around the track for every now and then.
Down the inside there for Jorge Reyes, ahead of Stuart Reynolds, who's just made a pit stop and has come out right directly behind Reyes there in the Project 88 team. So we could have a fight on here for 15th place that has been newly reignited. Stuart Reynolds now behind the Lamborghini.
It's going to be short-lived, though, because from what it looks like, Reyes is on 29 laps, 29 laps, so he's due to come into the pit lane anytime soon. And but, a battle's a battle, so we always got to celebrate that nevertheless.
Well picked up, it is indeed, and so they will probably drift apart very quickly, these two. But we'll wait and see. It looks like Reyes may have the pace anyway to to move away. David PJ Sampson is also catching Christian Skaruta for 7th place at the moment. That's Samsoy Kanaan Esports number 7 trying to get back to 7th ahead of 11 Temps Racing Team inside the top 10, although maybe a little bit further back than they'd hoped to be after wheel issues for Oliver Carwardine earlier in the race, or early in this hour indeed, which has forced that battle to change hands. And so Kimura Racing are now 4th, head of Altitude Motorsports, Altitude Esports I should say, in 5th.
Reynolds had to back himself up. I don't know. No, sorry, that wasn't Reynolds. That was actually the Audi of Reyes have to back up a little bit to avoid contact with the GT4. So scary moment right there.
Lots of scary moments going on the circuit, because you've still got all but one of the cars in the race. The number 1 SOP Esports racing car is now long gone. They retired after 233 laps, or 232 laps in the race. And that's, we'll give it about an hour ago, just over an hour ago. So they made it 8 hours at least. We made it the first 8 hours without a single retirement. That's a good thing. But I think far more, I would, speculating whether it was the penalty that maybe put them off. But I think the fact that they've used all their fast repairs and the fact they may have had damage again maybe has put them off. And that's why they've retired. They're the first ones to have reached the fast repair limit.
Yeah, which is slightly unfortunate right there, as we see Jenner coming out of the pit lane. No incidents out of the pit lane, which is good. We don't want to see what happened at the earlier portion of this race.
And they're directly in front, Jacob Jenner directly in front of Skaruta and Sampson for 6th and 7th. So it's a three-way fight for 5th place pretty much here. And everyone's got a fair amount of time. Well, I'll say that Sampson has not got a long them to go, but Skaruta has, so maybe them two can fight it out for a little bit. But Sampson's only going to briefly be in this 7th position before giving it up very soon. He's on lap 30 of this stint.
Absolutely, and you can see why the car is actually picking up some pace at the straight, even though there is a Mercedes getting along the line, the 531, just getting into the entry of Cobb's Route. That made things slightly scary. The 531 being the Yellow Submarine SimLab squad that is driven by Bjorn Claessens.
It's just separated everyone slightly for the moment, but they're pretty much back together again. It's Kimura and 11 Temps Racing Team who are going to have the real fight. It's going to be Samsoy to back away slowly from this, you would imagine. Lamborghini in the slipstream of the 52, but nothing's going to happen this time, or is it? It's a dive down the inside at Stowe, and no, nothing doing there. Will Sampson come into the pit lane this time? Yes is the answer to that. So 30 laps it looks like on a stint for Sampson. And that's exactly where you'd expect them to be in terms of almost bang on an hour, really, around this circuit.
Yeah, give or take. Always a good hour is good to do. Despite of all things, you really don't want to be doing less than 1 hour to be concerned about fuel at the end. Job done.
Some people's jobs are done for the evening as well. Tom Weston has just come into the YouTube chat to say that's his first stint done until the evening. So, and some people, just complete with racing for the evening, and maybe even the entire race as well, depending on how the race schedule is planned out, how many teammates you have, all of that kind of business. There is the 7 Temps Racing Team car. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, certainly he doesn't have 16 teammates. 15 other teammates in his team.
Well, it'd be helpful. Would be very helpful indeed to have that many, but although maybe too many is, there is a point where there's too many as well, to be fair. That's a possibility.
I keep imagining, imagine having 16 guys doing, first of all, 24-hour race. All right, we got more incidents.
This is one of the Mercedes. Can't tell if it's a GT4 or 3 at this stage. I think it's a GT3. Pulls off the road, into the grass, slides through the grass, back onto the road again. Struggling with the balance of that car, I think is the only explanation for that.
Actually, I blinked thrice to understand the behavior of the car, and I still cannot understand.
We'll have a look again to see really what happened at the left-hander here. I apologise to this driver, by the way, for watching so often. Okay, I understand now. So he's trying to go around the outside of that GT4, but realises that there's too much understeer, there's not enough room, and in the end, instead of trying to continue to turn, clipping the grass and then spinning to the left or the right or into someone or into a wall, decided, you know what, I'm going to brake, straighten up, go over the grass, and get back on the road again, because it's better and less dangerous than spinning, I think is what's happened there.
Is it awkward? Yes. Is it the safer move? Yes. So I can. It's like, even though it will basically give you a walk of shame, it's okay. If people survive and everybody survives at the end of things, that's what everybody wants.
That's Stuart Rice in the YouTube chat also mentioning that his driving is done for Triple Blade Racing this evening. He will be back in at 7, presuming that's UK time, with 5 hours remaining, and then back in for the final 2 hours of the race. Some of these drivers will already know whether it's going to be them completing the race or not, but we'll speak about this in about 14 hours time. Of course, it will be myself and Rhys Gardner to take you to the flag, but what a special feeling it is to take your car over the line for the end of a 24-hour race.
It looks like you are pressure for you to get a really good result, or like finish out strong if you're the last car or the last guy closing for the team, right?
It's a really special
have you ever
feeling.
I was going to ask, have you ever felt that pressure? Okay, I'm the last guy, I gotta finish out strong. It doesn't even matter, right, how you're faring in the race, as long as you gotta finish out strong.
I've never had that experience, unfortunately. I wouldn't feel pressure so much as, well, a little bit of pressure not to, throw all the hard work away, but it would be amazing to cross the line at the end, and especially if it's a good result. I mean, as I keep speaking about my only 24-hour racing experience, but it's all I've got, so I'll talk about it again. We only finished 7th or so, but considering the race that we lost 4 laps in a crash and only finished 5 laps down, we were very, very pleased with the result in the end, even if it was just 7th place in 50,000 split or whatever it was. So it doesn't matter in the end. The feeling at the end is, it doesn't matter where you finish, the feeling at the end is fantastic.
It's accomplishment.
Exactly, but the pressure is something that I haven't particularly necessarily experienced. I've got to say that the pressure of that is something that I don't necessarily. Well, it depends where you are, doesn't it, really? If you're at the back and you're just glad to have gotten to the end, then there's no pressure, really. You just are driving to the end. But if there's, a race win on the line or whatever, then I guess it would be a little bit more tense.
Yeah, I would say, for example, I actually won a 12-hour Sebring split. Was it like in the, I like to call it the Hana Banana split, which is like the lower splits. But it doesn't matter if it is the lower splits. You still won your split, right? So I was like going around the track with the Ferrari, and I was like, okay, do not make any mistakes. Do not make any mistakes, because for me, I have a natural history, as we're looking more incidents at the Lewis Hamilton Straight. Oh, which car was that? Is that the last place?
It wasn't.
83.
It wasn't Simon Mason, by the way, who was on the graphic. It was the 494 of MRC in the Mercedes. Chris Keenan spinning on the final corner there into the wall. How many faster repairs have they used? Just the one, so they'll have a few left, and they are in pit lane. I'd imagine to use one of those faster repairs now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to wrap up on my thought, I actually have a tendency sometimes to choke on the like on the last laps of my stint. So I was like, for the love of God, Lorenzo, for all that is dear of your life, do not choke this one.
It's yeah, I'd imagine pressure in that situation a little bit more than just getting to the end, because as we've talked about with Will earlier on, and seen a few people in YouTube as well mentioning, it's for some it is about getting to the end. It's just a bit of fun, and the result doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day we do forget sometimes in this age of modern, very serious sim racing, very professional esports in sim racing these days, that the bottom line is that it is fun, and that's exactly why we do it, and that's what these kind of events have reminded some people about. I've got no doubt. Will said it to us earlier, you know, that's all he was hoping for from this race, and that's exactly what he's got hopefully so far, because that is the bottom line of it. At the end of the day, we are all here for fun after all.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though the tempers might flare here and there, I think that is very natural for racing. We always got to remember that these kind of events, they're made for you to have fun, while trying to be within a serious and competitive environment. That's the purpose why they're bringing this race, you know. Have fun, competitive environment, a level playing field for everybody. You can see like guys with 4K I rating to 1,000, 2,000, 7,000 I rating, just duking out on the track. But at the end of the day, everybody's just trying to have fun.
This is the battle for 8th place now between Team Loose and Spurwing. Team Loose Spurwing and Samsung Canaan Esports, I should make clear. Aaron Humphrey and then Flo Darms, who we're currently following. It's an all Ferrari battle for the looks of things. Don't see too very many of those, but that's what we've got for 8th here. The yellow endurance lights on the Ferrari, and then on the one in front, and then on the Canaan car it's the blue endurance lights. I really love the addition on them on iRacing, by the way. Look absolutely fantastic, the extra lights.
Yep. And now the question is, which of the Ferraris do you prefer? I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Oh, the 296, easily.
Really?
Oh, big time. No question for me. Not even a question for me. Dane agrees with me as well. That's a victory in my books. It's a rare occasion. Are you going to be outvoted here, Lorenzo? Are you going for the 488 or something older, maybe?
I'm actually going to go for something older. I was going to pick this 488. I like the look of the car. Not saying the 296 is a bad car. I think it's a beautiful car. I think it basically gives a more aggressive look into the Ferrari, but for the Ferrariist and the Italian in me, and more like traditional lines, I like the 488 for what it gives.
This is going to be a problem. Traffic in front of the traffic for this battle in the 8th and 9th positions. By the way, to Lorenzo's question, do you get your opinions in? We'd like to hear them on YouTube. Tell us whether you think the 298, give you options, the 296, the 488, maybe something older. Oh no!
No!
Wow, how did they get away with that?
My heart stopped here, Ewan.
I think theirs did as well.
Let me just take a breath real quick. Breathe, Lorenzo, breathe.
That was so close to catastrophe. And the problem around there as well is that if they're spun to the right hand side, they're straight in the wall at Woodcote, and Flo Darms would have been, well, the GT4, most of them would have been most annoyed. I think in the end they got away with it, but it was so close. And I think Flo Darms has slightly taken a step back and thought, whoa, I need to calm down here, and has let that gap open to 8th place just in front. I hope that's the case anyway, and he hasn't got damage.
Yeah. No, I think it might be more cosmetic damage than anything else, but he nearly dumps it with his death.
No, he hasn't got any damage. But that was... Oh no, he's off! Flotarm spins at the final chicane. One mistake has turned into another. He's back behind the GT4 that he just made contact with, and Samsung Canaan Esports go around. Oh, and one of the GT4s has gone around too at the final corner.
Oh, I'm liking this pole.
It was the 31 GT4 Olympus, which is down in 10th. Christopher Stevenson at the wheel of that one. The second placed Altitude Esports GT3 car has come in. Paul Webster is now at the wheel as that GT4 Mercedes that Flo Darms made contact with earlier nearly makes contact with Darms again at the loop.
Bjorn Clayton's just having some laps of hard stopping moments. Wow.
Very much heart-stopping moments. Got some opinions going in the chat. Vote in the poll if you want as well. I was going to, before I was interrupted by this free wide moment a lap ago, by the way, I was going to suggest some older ones like the 458 or the 430 maybe. That was a lot further ago, but it's too late now.
Do not include the 430. I don't like the 430 as a GT car. Period. I don't think it's pretty.
No, I don't either. I think it's the worst at the 4, but I'm including it for the people. I don't like the look of this next poll that I've just heard about.
Here's the thing, though. I stand reclaimed that the chat agrees with me. Thank you so much, chat.
Well, we'll get the results in a few moments' time about Ferraris. So get yourself in. Oh, Adam Watson is back from a triple stint, by the way, and says his back is dead. That's not great news. Hopefully, he doesn't have to do any more driving later with that, but I suspect that he might do. He says that the 575M GT1 is best. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that looks like. I need to Google that.
Wait, the 575M GT1?
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Is that the one you're talking about? Oh, hold up. Ewan O'Leary, have you never played GTR 2?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay. If you ever have the opportunity, or find your original CD, or I think it was DVD back then, of GTR 2, because if you try to buy it off of Steam, because the Ferrari license, I think it was either the Ferrari or the Porsche, you don't have the cars anymore, so they're restricted. The 575 M GT1 is one of the best looking GT cars ever made, and not only that, if I remember, it is a V10 car. The sound, V10 or V12, the sound is deafening.
I've never. And Adam Watson's also put in about the 550, the 550 GT1 as well, which I've never heard of before, but they both look all right. I've just never heard of them. By the way, we've got word in as well, Lorenzo. Captain Like Chaos or something. 430 GT3 trumps both. How about that?
I want to say boomer, but I respect everybody's opinions.
No, we can't do that. Well, there we are. We've got issues out on the circuit, by the way. We're going to get a replay in a couple of moments' time for MRC. It is in the... Oh, no. This...
Oh, no.
Oh. That is the wrong layout. That looks technical to me.
Yeah, that looks like your traditional monitor on and off.
Chris Keenan was the one at the wheel at the time. That was at Stowe Corner. We're just following one of the a replay now as well, out of Aintree. Why on earth would you pass someone that close? A smash into the wall at the bridge there on the Wellington Straight for one of the GT4s. Why, if you're the Lamborghini GT3 there, would you pass someone so close?
We've seen that the same issue earlier on. All I'm gonna say is medical helicopter.
Apparently it was Old Turtles Motorsport where was the Lamborghini. involved in that one. And so I think they may well be getting a penalty soon. We haven't seen any reports or investigations for over an hour now, but I think race control may be busy with one or two things now.
Yeah, looking into it. No, not any reports so far, but I think we have something brewing. It was brewing, but I think that it got broken off a little bit. The potential battle for P2 in the GT4s, but things are getting chaotic around the track for now.
They are indeed. We're currently following a battle in GT3, by the way. This is between DCW Racing Chicken and Empire Motorsport. I don't know why DCW Racing are all named after a chicken or an egg. I don't know what that's about. There might be a story behind that, all of that, but they are. Which one came first? Well, whichever team was made first is what I'm going to go with, because I really don't know. But anyway, that's a debate for later. Maybe that's another poll. Anyway, let's see. Battle for 16th down in towards Stowe Corner. The Lamborghini of Sam Congreve here is going to find his way down the inside, he would hope, but no. He'll trail the Audi again. And I think, as you were talking about earlier, Lorenzo, the Lamborghini struggling for legs on the straight, which has been a theme. The results are in on the poll, by the way, and it reminds me of a popular one we had about 7 years ago, because it's 51% to the 296 and 48 to the 488. That doesn't even make sense, by the way. That doesn't even add up to 100. Well, apparently it was supposed to be 52 for the 296. You've been narrowly outvoted, Lorenzo, I'm afraid.
Couldn't care less.
I think it would have been 15 to 14.
No,
probably.
but actually, I got a better poll idea instead of the M4 to the Z4. I think this will divide opinions. Old Silverstone or new Silverstone?
Ah, yes, that's another debate to have. I like the new one personally, but I know that a lot of people have a lot of respect for the old one, which of course I do as well. But I don't think it is as good as this one quite.
So I was watching your Reese Gardner. Actually, he did a all-time F1 track tier list, and he rated the current layout higher than some of the older layouts of Silverstone. Of course, let me just bring it out real quick for you all track nerds. OG Silverstone is all-time great. Let me just get this out of the way. But if we're going between the 90s to the 2011s, then we got something to cook with in the polls.
Yeah, we're going between the bridge layout and the modern layout is what I'll call it. Oh, yeah. Dane's gone with bridge and current because that's a bit more topical. As the Lamborghini again of Sam Congreve tries to find its way through. We'll continue to follow them on the racetrack as they try and catch John McCutcheon as well. They're only a second and a half behind him. It's actually only 7 seconds, Lorenzo, covering 14th to 17th, which is encouraging.
Yeah, and the gaps between. The only thing that kind of gaps them is the fuel strategy and everything, but all of that really good racing, despite being the gap racing for now. Except for this, at the time being.
Altitude Esports into the pit lane. The Tom Dadswell car, anyway. That's the blue car, not the one that Adam Watson just got out, and Paul Webster is now driving. That's not quite the same. They're different cars, of course. Now Sam Congreve may be able to find his way through. That's so close again. The GT3s are taking a few liberties with the GT4s today, but Sam Congreve may well get a place as a result. Empire Motorsport go through into 16th position, and that was pretty hard fought in the end, but finally the Lamborghini and the 997 makes its way through for now.
Yeah, but DCW with a better exit out Lufield through Woodcut.
No chance. Daniel Dan Webber has to stay behind.
Yeah, which is... Meanwhile, the battle for P14 now is on.
It is. John McCutcheon will be closing in on Simon Mason. Is actually right there as well at the moment. There was a bit of a kerfuffle through the Maggots and Beckett section for those two, so they've spread out for 16th, but just up the road, McCutcheon's going to the inside. Here he goes, dives down the inside into the Stowe corner. Through he goes into 14th place ahead of Simon Mason, who not only has been jumped by Stuart Reynolds in the last pit stop phase, but has now also lost out to McCutcheon in this second stint of his race.
Yeah. It is the delta between the cars about 20 laps. Yeah, sure, but it's a position up nevertheless, and gives you a better track position when you come to your next pit stop. So that's something to be celebrated for.
It's a good overtake there from McCutcheon into Stowe corner, and he should be able to get away now. Sam Congreve will be able to close into Sim Dynamics soon as well, and possibly try and make a move. We've had obviously people voting in about the Silverstone layout, and get yourself voting in there, whether it's the bridge layout or the current layout that you want. Didn't realise, by the way, today that Stephen Koenig of the Team Heat Together team has got a broken pinky toe at the moment. I don't even know how you do that. How would you break a pinky toe? I don't know, but maybe there's not a very nice story attached to that. But anyway, it looks like we've got... Oh dear, drama out of Luffield it is. One of the GT4s goes off, flashes the lights, does Will Ovenden, but nobody's there to see it anymore.
Yeah, and the paint job doesn't give you any favors coming back into the track. Just be careful. And, yeah, there you go, back into the track unscathed. That is... Empire
Motorsport, yeah, going to be in trouble for that in the Lamborghini, I would imagine. The 73 now has been protested as well in the field. That's the old Turtles Motorsport car. I would imagine that's protested by the GT4 that was smashed into the Wellington Straight Bridge.
Yes.
Have a look at the replay of that in case you weren't with us or you missed it at the time. This is the incident. I mean, why would you get so close?
This is not NASCAR.
There's just no reason to overtake that close for in that situation there. I do accept that, you know, I'm not one of those people that says, you know, you must always leave loads of space when overtaking slower cars, and you must always, you know, be really extra cautious and safe. But, you know, you've got to be, when it's possible to leave more space than that, you know, they could have left a car width between the two there, and it would have been no difference to their race whatsoever. But instead, they've decided to scrape along the side of the left-hand side of it, and, well, put the GT4 in the wall. It doesn't make any sense, really.
You got to leave the space when you race around the track, okay?
Especially when it's possible.
Thank you so much. You got to leave the space, okay?
Tripping over the dog. I hope it was his dog. The dog, as if there's only one.
Dog.
I'd imagine it is his. Just random dog in the street. But yes, that's a bizarre one.
I mean, I broke my toe nail while chasing my dog, so that's doable.
I feel like they're the root cause of a lot of injuries of humans.
Dogs are a threat to society.
They are. They're a threat to the health service, certainly. Now, Sam Congreve is on his way and looking like maybe a move here on P15. I think he's going to be too far back again into Stowe. He did a good job, actually, of getting his way into 16th place, getting ahead of DCW. Sorry, it was Empire, wasn't it, at the time? No, it was DCW Racing. It was right the first time. He did a good job of getting through because he could have found himself very stuck very quickly with the lack of power that this Lamborghini has in relation, or lack of straight line speed, we should say. But if you get it done pretty quickly, then you can, you know, almost surprise the opponent and get through without getting stuck in this situation where you're just unable to find a way past.
No, absolutely, and I think he's actually have a little bit of a lesser wing car to be able to keep up with the GT3.
Oh,
of the Mercedes
nice!
in front.
Switch to the inside, and he's lucky that there was room given, to be fair, by Simon Mason. But that was a great switch from Sam Congreve, who's gone from the outside to the inside of the loop, and he is up to 15th place.
People might not be satisfied with that, but that's a way for you to get around.
It is
Nicely
a way.
done.
Not bad
It's
at
definitely
all.
a way.
Not bad at all. I don't mind that. I really don't. As long as, obviously, if Mason turned in there, then he has all the rights to protest that, I suppose. But even so, he gave the room. And you've got to give credit to him as well for giving the room there, because Congreve was, down the inside a little bit, but not so far alongside. He could have turned in, and he, probably would have got a penalty to the Lamborghini. But he was very fair. Mason gave the room. And it was a nice move. Now he's under attack again, this time for 16th place.
Yeah, Daniel Dan Weber now is on the attack. Looking to see what he's going to do. He's trying to do better lines, get out of the track and pick up some traction. But the Audi has some grunt, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him to do the overtake right at the exit of the hangar straight.
Let's see. Oh, no. Up into Stowe they go. And Simon Mason will hang on at least this time. GT4 to negotiate, that will pull to the right-hand side. I think both will get through. No, it's only going to be Mason. The Aston Martin wants to pull back onto line again. So they'll be just separated ever so slightly. And Mason will be pretty pleased about that. It's always difficult in one of these stints, isn't it, really? When you're losing places like this, you can find it very difficult. They will make up one more, though, as John McCutcheon comes in from Team Redline. So let's see. It looks like, by the way, that the most recent poll has ended in the YouTube chat. The bridge layout has won 61% to 38. The YouTube can't do maths very well, can it? Can't add up to 100 very well. We'll get a new poll in a moment, Lorenzo. However, we've got large news in the race, I suppose. As much as it doesn't matter so much in this race, the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. It does matter psychologically for those behind Daniel Ferguson, because the WSR Esports ButtKicker car is now a lap ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest bragging right victory you can never have on an entire field. Oh, Mason closing the door right there nearly could have ended in disaster at Woodcut.
Very much could have done. And Alistair Kirk has just gotten through on Paul Webster as well. A pass from the BRT car to get up into second place overall. So a change in the podium places. They're actually on their own lap at the moment. They're the only two 1 lap down, and the rest behind are 2 laps down. So they're fighting one another on their own laps, if you like. But on our screens, Simon Mason does indeed hang on to 16th place. There is the Paul Webster car, now behind Alistair Kirk, who's gotten ahead and is getting away already.
Looking from his Huracan perspective, going around the corners right there, looking forward to see what it has in store while battling for the second spot against Alistair.
Someone suggested that the WSR esports team should go down the pub for an hour to give everyone a chance. Just can't see that happening.
I know people in the basic Ollie stream are going to be with nails, biting their nails while this was happening, but finally they get into the pit lane and everybody is going to get away unscathed.
Alistair Cook into the pit lane, so that very short-lived battle indeed for second place. Which car is he in today, by the way?
Ollie Purnell, you mean? Basic
Yeah.
Ollie? He's actually in the BRT Audi.
Okay, I probably should have known that, but there we are. He was here last year, of course. Not sure if he was on the winning team, but I do remember chatting to him after the race. I was on the finale of that one, or the final hours, I should say. Might have been with you, was it? I can't remember. But
Maybe,
I can't remember. But I was with someone. But I remember interviewing after the race. That must have meant he did okay, because he came and chatted to us at the end of the at the end of the day. So Don't remember if he won or not, but maybe they did. We had 3 classes last season, don't forget. We had, I think it was GT3, was it TCR and an MX-5?
TCR, GT, something like it. Yeah,
MX-5
I'll
or
have to look
GR86?
back. Yeah, let me confirm that. Now you piqued my curiosity while we see these people trying to vote which of the best BMW, sorry, the old cars, sorry, the BMWs would be the best on track.
Which, it's
track.
to settle a debate we've been having, by the way, in the broadcast booth about whether the BMW Z4 GT3 is better looking than the BMW M4 GT3. I'm saying Z4, Lorenzo is saying M4, and so is Dane, and so is Lewis. And when I told Peter Mackay this information, he couldn't believe that anyone would think the M4 was better looking, by the way. Just so you should all know that. There you go.
But Peter likes Porsches.
He does, but he knows... Oh, contact! Paul Webster down the inside of one of the Mercedes, which goes spearing into the wall.
Oh, no.
That could be a penalty for the Altitude Esports second place running car. Let's have another look at it. There it is. And thankfully that Mercedes didn't find the wall, because that could have been a lot worse. It was indeed GT3 Mazda and TCR, by the way, last year. But yes, that was not good for Paul Webster at all. I mean, was that him getting turned in on, and was that him making a move too late?
I think that is him making a move way too late. The car even kind of understeers into still. If you look from his angle, we could grab the cockpit view from Webster, but the car looks like it slightly understeers into the corner, thus making contact with the Mercedes.
Looks like it. Well, it's I don't know. It's difficult to tell. And of course, Webster is the car laps ahead, and you've got to factor that in. But also, doesn't mean you can run over everyone behind. It's a very difficult one to judge from that point of view. By the way, I think that's the is that 11th, 10th right behind them as well. In the
yes.
4th place car, it is, yes. So they're directly a lap behind second place there. Josh Benson has gotten into the BRT car, by the way, so we've got a little bit of time before we see Ollie again. Not sure whether he's going to be doing overnight driving or not, or how much of it he's going to be doing, if any.
Knowing Ollie, he might do like a double stint in a little bit. Don't know if he's going to be on our stint. Per se of commentary.
I wouldn't say so. I think if Benson's got in now, at the very most, Ollie will get in as we're leaving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sort of on the halfway mark kind of thing. That's when me and Lorenzo will take our leave. But stay tuned on RaceSpotTV. You'll have to probably sit up from your sofa or your bed or wherever you're watching us, your chair, to change the YouTube stream at the halfway mark, but we'll inform you more on that when we get to it, so don't worry too much about that absolutely. For now. 11th, 10th racing team coming in again just behind, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing they gotta do is just stay tuned on RaceSpotTV.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. Make sure you stay with us, chat with us, and we'll hopefully keep you entertained throughout the night, throughout what is a very long race. It's the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. And we go back to Josh Benson there, who is in 3rd place, having re-emerged from the pit lane. Just before we get our results from our BMW poll, by the way, and just as the 11th, 10th racing team come into pit lane, I'm going to do a bit of a rundown of each class inside the top 10, so we can really get stock of where everybody is, but just got to wait for 11th, 10th racing to stop falling through the field before I can do that, because they're in pit lane at the moment having a scheduled pit stop. Normal length of stops here, of course, is just over 40 seconds or so, and that's exactly what they've reached. They make their way out and they're back onto the circuit again. So in the lead of the race, it's WSR Esports ButtKicker Daniel Ferguson has 1 lap's worth of a lead ahead of the rest of the field. Paul Webster, who we just saw there making contact with one of the Mercedes, is a lap behind in that Altitude Esports second place car. BRT and Josh Benson are now third. Josh has just got into that car. Jacob Jenner has been in the Kimura racing car for a while, and he's fourth ahead of Tom Dadswell for the other Altitude Esports car. 1110th Racing Team have just come out in 6th. Sampsoid Canard Esports are now 7th, 6 seconds ahead of Team Loose Spurwing. Motorsport number 89 are in 9th, although I feel as if I'm missing some of that team name. 89 Motorsports, are in 9th place. Then there is TSRC, and that rounds out your top 10 in GT3. In GT4, we've got Daniel Sesley leading for Olympus Esports, and they have been leading for quite some time as well. SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta are in second with Samuel Kearns, with Sam Gunston for BPR Esports in third. AIRaceSubmarines.com are fourth, a lap ahead of Boosted Motorsport Virage in 5th place. X-Racing Pink and TSRC are all covered by 10 seconds, by the way, those three. That's 5th, 6th and 7th. Triple S Racing are 8th, ahead of Kimura Racing's number 9, and then another lap back to PRC by Dapper Customs and Ben Cooper, who was crowned Pro-Am Radical Champion last night at Motorsports UK. He is 10th in this race as of right now. That is your rundown with nearly 10 hours complete here in the ButtKicker Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone. It's fair to say we've settled in now. It's nighttime endurance driving for the foreseeable. Perfect conditions for an endurance race here tonight, and a great race we have as well. Just one retirement. Lorenzo SOP Racing Esports number 1 is the only retirement, so still 48. Plenty of action, plenty of cars on track.
Yeah, which is still good to see everybody just try to do their best, having a little bit of fun while still making usage of the fast repairs. And I know there are some teams who are hanging on the thread with these fast repairs, but nevertheless, you want to try to get the most fun out of it while you still can have in the track.
We'll have the results of our latest poll very soon, by the way. I'm not sure whether they're on a timer, by the way, or whether Dane just ends them when he's bored. But they are being ended. It's being ended now. 53% agree with you. Oh no, I've been outdone there. Oh no, I'm not happy about that.
Here's the thing. Hold up.
YouTube still can only count to 99, by the way. But anyway,
hold up. I'm gonna defend you guys. Here's the thing. I like the Z4. I'm just saying from the perspective of looking as a GT car. I think the M4 is more of a GT car than the Z4 is as a GT car. But if we're talking about being a car, the Z4 is much more of a car than the M4 is. Because if, in my opinion, if you get the M4 in front of me, or the i4 in front of me, I would say spray with bullets and put fire on it, douse it with fire, especially that front grille that needs to be destroyed.
I mean, I've done better vomits than the M4, better looking vomits. But anyway, that's just my opinion. So there we are. I've lost there. I'll accept my defeat, but well, I'm not accepting it, am I actually? But anyway, give me a poll. Well, I can give. Dane's asking me to give him a poll that I'll win. I can think of a few, but I don't think they're quite appropriate, really. So no is my answer to that.
I gave him one, but I don't know if he's going to use that. I think he would take priority on this one rather than my one.
Well, we'll have another one very soon, but I can't believe the M4 won. I really can't. So there we are. Fair play. The democracy has won, but I've not. So I'm not pleased about that. But anyway, I'll accept my defeat eventually. Just got to take a bit of time to get over with it. Not many battles out there on the circuit at the moment, by the way. That's why we've been following Josh Benson for a while. We've got Tom Dadswell closing on Jacob Jenner, I guess is the closest fight. Kimura Racing versus Altitude Esports, and this is for 4th place. They're 2 laps down and a minute and a half behind this car. We're currently following Josh Benson in the BRT car.
I was actually refreshing my live timing to see how close this actually is. As I was gonna say, P4 looking really, really fun so far between Altitude and Kimura. Kimura struggling a little bit with the car as they go into the final laps of their stint here, Ewan. And Tom Dadswell just decided to pick up the pace a little bit on that Altitude car, nearly doing 2-minute laps. Actually, last lap 3 seconds faster than the Mercedes in front.
Yeah, Dadswell's done his fair share of endurance driving, is a very strong driver in his own right, so not surprised that he's closing in here, but this is traffic central through the inner loop. And the I keep saying the inner loop, I mean just the loop. I've spent too much time at Watkins Glen and stuff as well. The Mercedes goes very wide there. Dadswell will close in. It'll be 3 wide almost, as he's got to clear so much traffic now to get to Jacob Jenner. Maybe that's why Jenner's been losing so much time. Dadswell goes down the inside now at Brooklands, and now there's no cars between himself and 4th place.
Now, there is one question that now is pondering on my mind. Which kind of traffic would you rather take on? Traffic that is from the same class as you have, or slower traffic where it can catch you off ways in so many fashions?
Dadswell gets closer through Cobb's Corner. We'll really close in on the Mercedes as we cross over. 14 hours to go, by the way. 10 complete now in the ButtKicker Britcar. 24 hours of Silverstone here tonight, just past 10 p.m. here in the UK. And welcome one and all to RaceSpotTV. Get involved and chat with us in YouTube and vote in stuff that Dane's thinking of, apparently. I think are we seeing a replay of this at the moment through the final corner? We are. It is a big crash for the Olympus Sports car. Thankfully not the Olympus car that's leading the GT4 class.
And we're seeing once again the club corner playing this trick to some people.
And this is almost a direct replay of what we've just seen, but someone else. It's Sim Dynamics in the Porsche Cayman going around. I wonder if it's a Porsche Cayman thing, because I've seen a lot of them go around there, or whether it is just a GT4 thing or a difficulty with that corner. Apparently it's just a GT4 thing, because here's an example
as well.
Here's an example of someone else going off and not a Cayman. There you are. It's not a Porsche Cayman thing.
But we can see the Porsche Cayman actually can take a bump and lose the front bonnet. Built strong.
Yes, in Italy they built the Porsches strong. If you don't get that, by the way, I do know that Porsches are built in Germany. That's going to be so out of context. Oh, no. Well, anyway.
Oh, boy.
I get enough trouble anyway, so it's fine. Dadswell closes in then on the Mercedes in front, and surely this move is coming soon for the Audi. Best placed Audi is the BRT number 3, of course, of Benson, who's more than 90 seconds ahead of this battle. He's next on the list for Tom Dadswell, but he can't chase the BRT car down if he doesn't get through on Kimura Racing in 4th place. Through Maggots and Beckett's they go, out of Chapel and onto the hangar straight now into the slipstream. He's going to be nowhere near close enough in the Audi. And with no traffic around to help him, Tom Dadswell is going to find this very difficult indeed. Now, Adam Watson confirming also that it's not just a Porsche Cayman thing. He hit the curb at the final corner and went to space because of one of the Aston Martins and whatever. So, yeah, it's a difficult final corner in GT3s. Everyone thinks it's a very simple last turn, but it's certainly not. It's certainly more challenging, I would argue, than the corner on the previous layout, the bridge layout, because it's not quite the same, is it? It's a tad bit different. It sort of opened out a bit more back in the day, but not anymore. But as we've already been through, I think the current layout's a bit better. We've already had that poll though, so if you're late to the party, then I'm very sorry about that one. Yeah, the British layout did win, to be fair, so I was outvoted on that one. That means I'm losing 2-1 in the polls, if that's a thing. Did I get the first one right? Oh, I'll say right. Oh, I did just about. Oh, I prefer fish and chips, by the way. That's the latest poll. Do you prefer fish and chips or shepherd's pie? I've noticed less votes for that one. That's a very England-centric one, and I know there's people from other places around the world voting. So I apologise to them if you've never had either, which is possible, I suppose. So I apologise to those people. Tazwell gets very close then. Oh, and he very nearly had his nose alongside there. I think smartly decided not to stick his nose alongside into Maggots, because that would have been a monumental crash. Thankfully, they've avoided it. Out through Chapel they go. Is this now the chance? The Mercedes just so good in a straight line, though. So good, and the slipstream is not good enough for the Altitude Esports car to make its way through. Well, Tazwell continues behind, and he still can't find a way through. He's sort of stuck in that situation again, Lorenzo, where you are behind one of the Mercedes and they've sort of got used to you being there, and you've taken the element of surprise away now. Tazwell can't use that. He's got to find another way through.
No, he's got to find the hard way around, you know. But I think that's the best way for you to get around. You know, you want to get a position. The hard way around is the best way around. So you really want to use traffic to your stead. Oh, they made the
that's right.
Carried.
Yeah, that's the TeamRedX.com Mercedes, I think. That's down in the last place in the field. They're 8 laps down on the class lead, by the way. Tazwell close again into Brooklands. Is this the time? Down the inside he goes in the Audi. Late on the brakes. No chance to reply. And Tom Tazwell is into 4th place. A very nice move, and we've seen passes go wrong at Brooklands in our last 2 hours here, Lorenzo. That was an example of how exactly to do it.
No, that was perfect. Pitch perfect from Tazwell right there. Going into Brooklands, you can see now the DCW car being defensive at the same spot. But that was pitch perfect. That's how you execute.
And speaking of execution, Matej Milkowski has executed a move himself as well. The DCW Racing ticking car of Patrick Faulkner is displaced from 18th position, and Blocco Motore move up into that place. 4 laps down still after that pretty big crash on the exit of Kops not so long ago. They are back up a place again. Let's go back to GT4, shall we? Because this fight for 2nd place is absolutely on. BPR Esports being hounded now by SOP Esports for 2nd.
Yeah, that was, I think, kind of like a long time coming. That was kind of brewing on the back end of the GT4s. Now let's see if Martino is going to have that pace to overtake the Porsche, as naturally the grunt of the Mercedes do give him a little bit of an edge on the straight.
It's a sort of nicer entry for Martino, and he'll have a good exit here under the Hanger Straight Bridge. Nowhere near close enough for a move, and this battle's going to work a little bit differently. We've been watching a lot of GT3 battles for the last couple of hours, but this kind of battle works a little bit differently, doesn't it, really? Because you've got cars passing you instead of you passing other cars, so there's a little bit less control here for these two in how they can manipulate the traffic into helping them.
Yeah, that is true. The only external factor would be the GT3s overlapping you, which you kind of can control your destiny of sorts and how they're going to lap you around the track and minimize the time loss that you would have from the overlaps. So that being said, that's the interesting aspect. That's now SimSweat on the big dive on the inside of the double hairpin complex.
Oh, that was big potential, but no moves. And this, by the way, is the closest battle in GT4, as you might imagine. Martino gets a decent run, but can't get much slipstream from the K-Win, which is quite narrow, as you can see up in front. Can't quite use that other Mercedes GT3 going through as a bit of a pick. He'll go round the outside of Brooklands, though, to get the inside at Lovefield. That would have been smart, but I think he only would have run out of room there.
I think that would have been a little bit more complicated. A little bit of a loss of grip to Martineau on the exit of low field going into Woodcut. Now we're going to look into an issue on Aztec going around. I was going to say club, but Vale was actually the place.
Looks like it had an internet problem as well, ever so slightly out of the corner there, which is no doubt hindering their day. Into Maggots and Beckett's for these two now. Someone pointing out as well that AR Race Summaries, Stockhammer and Steen Windman is also closing in on this battle for second place. He's 15 seconds behind, so it's going to take a while to catch up there, of course. But if these two fight, then you never know. It could take that car, a relatively short amount of time to close in. Actually, 15 seconds is not that much of a gap after over 10 hours.
No, it's not. It's actually a workable gap with 13 hours and 48 minutes to go, nearly, or 49 minutes to go, actually, on the clock. You can work those 15 seconds and keep them stable depending on circumstances. The only thing that differs them is about 4 laps of fuel max between one car to the other on that P2, 3, and 4 places.
Into turn 1 they go. That's a nicer line from Tom Martineau. And Cameron Martineau, I should say. He's on the outside again at turn 3 at Village. He'll pull back to the outside again for the loop. But he's found himself in this same situation. He needs a late apex here and a good exit, but the Cayman has got a good one. The traction of that Porsche is always strong. But is it strong enough? Martineau has a good, clean run through entry as well. And now there'll surely be a look down the inside. Here we go. Martineau breaks late. Side by side. BPR Esports very much on the outside, fighting for this second place. Fighting to hold on. And they do. SOP have to go right the long way round. And BPR Esports takes second.
And you can even see Martineau just taking kind of like the long way around to allow the other GT3 cars to go on through. But good attempt from there, right there from Martineau, but also very well defended by Sam Hopper at the entry of Brooklands and retaining the track position to give him an advantage towards Littlefield.
I should say BPR Esports hold on to the position, by the way. They're not taking it, but it's still there. Samuel Hooper is at the wheel of it. This is getting even closer. This feels inevitable now. The SOP Esports car gets closer with every attempt, and it feels as if it's inevitable. Another look surely at Stowe. This is going to be the chance now. Down the inside for the Mercedes. It's late on the brakes. Committed this time. Gets all the way up alongside. Gives room on the exit. Oh, just about. They'll be very glad that they cleared the nose of that Porsche just before the exit of that corner.
Yeah, got a little bit scrappy around Stowe, but the move was done. So really good on SOP to seal that move right before the exit of Stowe. Because if that was still open, I could have seen Hooper going for the attempt on overtake around Vale.
So Samuel Hooper displaced, and through goes Cameron Martineau into second for SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta. And that is a change on the podium in GT4. Daniel Setsley still leads, by the way, in GT4. He's driving the Olympus Esports car right now, and still way out front by a lap in this race. But a lap round here is only just over 2 minutes. It's not realistically a very long way, and there's still a very, very long way to go in this race. But the far more telling fact of him leading is the fact he's still got 3 faster pairs remaining. That's surely going to help them throughout the remainder of this race. And I'm sure when we all wake up in the morning, seeing who's got faster pairs left, that's going to be really important to clean up any mistakes over the remainder of the graveyard shifts overnight.
Yeah, 100%.
Not quite at the graveyard shift yet. I'm not sure when it really... In terms of commentary, the 4-hour stint coming up after us, I think, is the graveyard shift between midnight and 4 a.m. But then again, it's not midnight and 4 a.m. for everyone at the same time. We've got a couple of Australians on board this at this race. Plenty of American contributions as well. We just heard from Nolan Redpaul and Derek Watson, for example. We've got Justin Prince on later as well. It's plenty of Americans, so it won't be the graveyard shift for them, and hopefully most of the people for which time zone it is won't be talking too much overnight, as in the 4th place, Kimura Racing make a pass on altitude because Tom Dadwell has got off the road. Well, he's had an issue anyway. I don't know if he has got off the road, but he's had an issue.
If you...
Into Brooklands they go. And how many times have we seen that?
Yeah. And a good reaction from Daswell to back away from the ideal line. And it could have been a disaster.
There's the flash of the lights again.
Wait. I was
Lots
going
of
to say,
flashing.
was that the lead Olympus car? No, that's the Olympus 31 car, I think, that is flashing the lights on Daswell.
Now let's have a look at another incident for one of the GT3s. It's a so difficult spin and a big hit on the wall as well for one of the Mercedes. I think that's Leadpool Racing, Marlon Jones, who went off there. And Kimura Racing, after getting into 4th place, immediately Jacob Jenner makes his way into the pit lane. And since he's been driving, ever since we got here, I'd imagine he'll be stepping out the car very soon.
If he's not, he's a journeyman. It needs to be applauded. But unfortunately, that lead paw became a broken paw. Unfortunately.
It has done. Very sadly. Had a few decisions come through on penalties, by the way. We had that one with Old Turtles. They got 30 seconds stop and go for not leaving room for the GT4, as we've seen that a couple of times already. The number 11 got a stop and go penalty as well. That's the SOP Esports racing team car that just took over second in GT4. That was for causing a collision. There's also a stop go to the 997 Empire Motorsport car, currently with John Newman at the wheel. They're 17th. That was for causing a collision with a GT4. No further action on the number 19 and their incident. That's the Altitude Esports car and Paul Webster. That was into Stowe Corner. If you remember, that Mercedes ending up in the gravel. And then a drive-through penalty for the 626 for causing a collision. That was Triple X Racing Pink with Jonathan Carty at the wheel. 7th place for them currently. And that was for causing a collision as well. So after a quiet hour, Race Control have had to deal 4 penalties within an hour. Just the way it goes in Race Control, really.
They're having a calm day, if you want to call it that, right?
Well, they were having a calm hour.
Yeah.
And lots of protests, unfortunately, in that very short space of time. PPR Esports still very close to SOP Esports racing team, by the way, and given the proximity to which that penalty was left or given out, have they taken it yet? Well, it was given out half an hour. Well, it was reported half an hour ago. Not sure when it was dished out, but I don't know if anybody knows whether they've taken that penalty or not. Maybe that's what sort of sparked this battle between themselves and BPR Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right on the time frame. Talking about that,
yeah, they have served the penalty, so that's what did spark the that sort of created the battle, if you like.
Yeah. By the way, AI race summaries is actually catching up, and it's not like slowly catching up; it's quickly catching up.
Some word through from Stephen Koenig as well, who's given us a lot of information so far today. Team Heap Together have currently got Devon Allies at the wheel of their car. It's the first time with the team, he says, and first time with Britcar as well. Janneman Preussen himself raced last year. And they're back again, so good to see Devon out on the circuit. And it immediately is dropped into a battle with Josh Toothman, actually, of the Yellow Submarine squad. That's for 14th in GT4. And it's quite a way to introduce yourself to the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, good calling card, and good to see that moving forward.
There is the team heaped together Aston Martin. The verdict is in on whether fish and chips is better than shepherd pie, by the way, and it is, as it turns out.
Yeah.
It's classified facts now.
It's like, I know you two are the Brit ones. I've been to Britain a few times. I never eaten shepherd's pie.
Okay.
So of course I went with the fish and chips. I'm trying to think of another poll we can actually concoct right now.
It's very much that time in the race where we like to have a bit of a chat with people who are watching on and settling down for the evening. If you've maybe finished your driving stint for the afternoon and just settling down before a bit of sleep in the morning. Maybe staying awake for a graveyard shift in a couple of hours' time.
I would leave like up to our YouTube chat if they actually have ideas, because like my next idea would be like, what would be the better British circuit, Donington or Silverstone? Of course, everybody would choose Silverstone, I think.
Ryan Walker has got his own ideas. Check yourself in the check the YouTube chat if you want to. If you want to enter a war zone, which is what it's about to become. A hello from New Jersey, or hello to New Jersey. From well, the poll now has disrupted my comment. So thanks for that, Dane. Jack Oldenburg, hello to him this evening, joining us. For the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Well, here we go. The war has begun. The latest poll is ready for you to vote in. So please do, and hopefully, well, I'm going to reveal my opinion at the end, and you will as well, Lorenzo. I don't want to influence the crowd.
Yeah.
We'll reveal our opinions at the end.
And you. Oh, I know. Oh, I've been given the green light. Oh boy. All right. So, and by the way, for those who are not listening to the voice of my conscience, the voice of my conscience says you're allowed to talk about the food crimes. That means Dane Baird's food crimes. Since this poll is going, I will say he's taking the pepperoni out of a pizza with his bare hands.
Why? I need more context than this.
Oh, I don't know if you were present in this. He actually did that in Katowice.
Okay, but why? I'm still...
Okay, I think I'm going to have to come and defend myself here.
Are you on stream, Dane? Are you able to defend yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to turn myself down, because that was real loud. All right. So, what happened was, I ordered a pepperoni pizza in the airport. There were a lot of us together on our way back from Katowice in February this year. And I ordered a pepperoni pizza, and the pepperoni pizza arrived, and it wasn't pepperoni. It was some weird kind of salami that isn't pepperoni. And it was like really soft and oily and just not good. So I took it off. I didn't order a pepperoni pizza with the intention of taking off the pepperoni. I ordered the pepperoni pizza and then subsequently took off the pepperoni.
To be fair, Dane, it sounds like what you've just described to me is pepperoni that was on your pizza.
Yeah. And you know what's the most appalling thing? He did that in front of Hugo.
No. Hugo wasn't there.
Wait, well, hold up. Hold up. It was Hugo. It was as either I know it was Iku. Iku was around.
Iku was there. Connery was there. Lewis was there.
Why have I seen a picture of Hugo and pizza?
Cam was
like
there.
earlier on this
Oh,
year?
that was Copenhagen.
Ah, Wow.
Hugo and I did it again as a joke in
So
Copenhagen.
they're men of the world, you see.
But that was actually good
No, but
pepperoni. That was a good
Yeah, that was
pizza.
good pepperoni.
That was a
But then
real good
again,
pizza.
that was one of his food crimes. His now fiance girlfriend back then, she told me of more crimes that he did. I can't
yeah, she went on
remember
Twitter,
what
didn't
he has
she?
done. Yeah, she went on Twitter.
Well, I mean, it doesn't sound like the worst food crime, to be fair, Dane. So I'll forgive you for that. What I thought you were
I
going
mean-
to say is that you put like, I don't know, something like wild on a pizza, like I don't know.
No.
No,
like-
what I did do, if you want even more food crimes, is I did fruit pastels.
Yes. Oh, I love fruit.
Don't worry,
pastels.
not on pizza. So I got the lime fruit pastel, and I had guacamole left over from
No.
nachos.
No.
And I thought, why not? I'm not a
No.
massive fan of the lime fruit pastels. I needed to eat the guac, so I was like, why not? So I did. It wasn't bad. I then dipped it in the salsa that I had left over, and that was terrible.
It all sounds terrible. I'm ashamed that
Everything
you did
sounds
that.
terrible, Dane.
That is a crime. So
No, and what's worse, he's defending his own actions, which for me it's more appalling.
yes,
I
absolutely.
haven't even told you about the ice cream pizza I had.
Oh no.
Oh, hold on.
That was a dare, though.
I,
That wasn't my
I'm
choice.
actually gonna defend you. I'll defend you because that is actually a thing in Brazil.
No, I don't think you understand. Not an ice. It wasn't really an ice cream pizza. It was a pepperoni pizza that I put an ice cream on top of.
That's just stupid.
No, because it was a dare. I was on a cruise ship and I got dared to do it. It was like we had a list of challenges that a group of us had to do, and that was one of them. So I volunteered.
That's fair enough. I don't.
Mackey's
yeah,
chips and milkshake. I'm seeing in the chat.
Yeah,
That's
I've
a
seen
thing.
people do that before. That's psychotic. But
No, that's a thing. Strawberry milkshake from Mackey's with fries
no,
is
I'm sorry.
amazing.
This is wrong. Nutella pizza. That's also not okay.
That's a thing. Because you don't
I-
have the cheese and the sauce and everything.
That's just not okay, is it?
I mean, it's like okay, if we're talking about food crimes, we're taking the opportunity over here. I'm actually stretching it. In Brazil, we have the habit of putting. Oh wait, the microphone was away from me. I apologize.
I wondered why you were.
No, the microphone was far from me. It was nearly down to my chin, below my chin. That's why. In Brazil, what happens? They do pizza with French fries. They also have sushi pizza. Steak with barbecue pizza. Doritos pizza.
Doritos pizza.
Ruffles pizza. Yes. Ruffles
That's something
pizza.
I've not heard of before. I wasn't.
Well, we're still seeing battles around the track, but I'll get around into it. And sweet pizza, which it's kind of like, let's just say, cheese pizza with like a bowl of ice cream on top.
A bowl. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't-
a bowl. Like you know, you pick up the spoon and you roll up. Like it's kind of like a snowball,
But
but
made
with
of what?
ice on top of ice cream, like vanilla ice cream on top of a pizza.
A scoop of ice cream.
Yes.
Right. On top of ice cream. On top of pizza.
On top of a pizza, like a chocolate pizza or whatever.
Oh,
do you
right,
do
a
that?
chocolate pizza. No, see, that's what I did. It was just a pepperoni pizza. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now and let you guys get back to the race. I will just say hello to Paul. Paul Smith,
Yes.
who's just said, what have I just switched on?
Well,
And what you've just switched on is Dane's, 8th hour on this broadcast.
yes.
And
What? Dane's Food Crimes, I'm going to call it, or Food
Dane's
Hour
Food Crimes, yeah.
on RaceSpotTV is what this has
Or
turned
food
into.
moment.
As it turns into. But good evening,
Thank you
Paul.
and good night.
Yes, thank you, Dane.
Good evening, Paul.
He's been behind the cameras, by the way, as Dane for the last 3.5 hours. So I hope you've been enjoying the coverage. Yes, it's Food Hour, as it turns out, at RaceSpotTV. Let's just get back to the race for a second, though, because there is plenty going on. Joe Newman is just behind Patrick Faulkner here for 18th position. That's what the highest battle in GT3, and he's absolutely side by side toward Maggots and Beckett's as well. That would be special. Oh, and he's done it as well. It wasn't as clean as you like, but it was all right. Joe Newman has gotten through and hasn't caused a monumental accident, which at one point in that corner it certainly looked like he would. And there's a flash of the lights to show exactly what the other driver thinks of it. Patrick Faulkner not pleased.
Naturally, and they decided to do that in front of the third place overall in this race.
That is displeasure there, and he's still going. Faulkner really not pleased. I didn't see anything really wrong with it, though. I mean, he didn't. It was close to a crash, but he didn't cause a crash. It was a clean pass, and I didn't see anything wrong with it, I've got to say.
No, it was a little bit of a maybe track position RG-bargy, and you can see he's very dissatisfied with it, and Joe Newman is having none of it. Well. Remember when I said about tempered flares around the track? That's one of the moments.
That is one of them. Up to 17th as well, because Project 88 are into the pit lane now as well. By the way, the verdict is in. Pineapple on pizza is okay, and I endorse this message. Yes. Pineapple on pizza is okay, and we all agree.
We all agree. We're all good people.
I think our viewership's going to go down by half.
If we lose everybody and just have like 2 people that actually care about pineapple and pizza, I love you guys.
It's wonderful. I had one on Tuesday.
I haven't
Absolutely
had
fantastic.
one in about. Is still not satisfied.
Well, is he still flashing his lights at Joe Newman?
He's
isn't he?
Flashing his light.
Goodness me, he must be absolutely, taken over by anger. Now he's getting the same treatment again from another Lamborghini. That's not for position, which he might be able to accept a little bit more readily. It was the 11 Temps Racing Team car. Is he going to flash the lights at him as well? No, he's finally calmed down, but he's taken a lap to stop flashing his lights.
I think I don't know if he was trying to Johnny Faccio strategy of flashing his headlights towards someone and trying to get away, because Johnny back at, I think it was Nürburgring 24, he mapped his push to talk on TeamSpeak to the flash of lights. So every time he actually went on the push to talk, his Ferrari was actually flashing on the track.
Or better still, map the headlight flash to your throttle pedal. How about that? Just
that is genius. That would be like the most evil idea, but I know people that do that.
I think it would actually distract you more than everyone else. To be fair, it's probably not an actually good idea. But there we go. Faulkner's been overtaken now. I mean, just to get your opinion on it, I know we've been kind of joking about the flashing of the lights or whatever, but did you see anything wrong with Joe Newman's overtake? I personally didn't.
Coming back to it, I didn't see anything wrong. It was a little bit aggressive, surely, but for me, it was on track stuff. It's just the Paul Faulkner's car just lost a little bit of traction and decided to play a little bit safer, because it was third place was just right behind him. So
I think it's it was a fair move. I don't see anything wrong with a little bit of aggression if it's placed in the right way. Obviously, there is the sort of what is the point of it in an endurance race, and that is a good point, but I don't see anything wrong with it on that occasion from Joe Newman, and it was a good overtake for what has become 16th place in the race. So nice move there. By the way, if you are a driver listening in and you want to have a bit of a chat with us, then feel free. Maybe you don't want to anymore after the results of the last poll, reaction to it, but there we are. Hopefully you do. Put yourself in the RaceSpot TeamSpeak If you're not sure how to do that, then let us know. But get yourself in the RaceSpot TeamSpeak and the interview waiting room, and we'll drag you in, have a bit of a chat, how things are going out there on the circuit.
We don't bite?
No, we certainly don't.
Maybe Dane does, but we never know.
We'll restrain him. There's a producer poll in now. I'm not sure what Dane's hoping for from this one. But Hugo is getting destroyed. Well, he's not quite getting destroyed, but it's close. It's quite rude, isn't it, really?
I think... I wonder if Hugo actually loses this, so the future of RaceSpot might be in danger.
I think it may be. He'll be here, by the way. Hugo Luis will be on the cameras in about 25-30 minutes' time, so we look forward to that. Well, we're looking forward to that, even if some of you are clearly not. Yeah, he's single-handedly, well, say single-handedly, it makes it seem like he's the only one at RaceSpot, but there's plenty of people, of course, but he's a fantastic member of RaceSpot. Great contribution down the years, and so many hours of broadcast. I wouldn't like to tot up the amount of broadcasting hours he does in a year, put it that way. It's
I mean, he
thousands.
founds the channel.
Does he even know? As Dane says, he's doing 13 hours just today in this race.
Yep.
He's already done 4 hours earlier this afternoon as well, so he is doing so many hours of broadcasting so often, and we give our full respect to him for that here at RaceSpotTV. As I say, he'll be here very soon. Altitude Esports into the pit lane from second. That's Paul Webster. Wonder whether he'll get back to being near Josh Benson. I think he won't quite lose as much time as that, and he'll get out ahead in second place by the looks of things in the Altitude Esports car. It's going to be quite close, actually. Benson is going to be I think just in front of Faulkner, and Webster's pit stop was a bit longer there than maybe it should have been, and Benson is going to be right near him for second place and will go through. Paul Webster will have to go and overtake again, because there is the Lamborghini just in the background, and so BRT in the Audi are now up to second place in the race.
Yeah, just trying to find the difference in terms of, you know, strategies and seeing the overlap between Benson and Webster. So 23 laps. Of course, it is a big overlap if you think about it, Ewan, but it's an overlap that you can work with, and Benson might have the upper edge, you would say, given the fact his car is lighter than Paul Webster's car for the time being. So take the opportunity that you can and try to build up a gap.
He's already managed that. 2.5 seconds out of the pits. The only problem with this battle is we only get to enjoy about 6-7 laps of it, because Benson will be in soon, and unfortunately it gets ruined for us. But you know, for a few laps an hour we get to enjoy this battle between these two, and unfortunately for the rest of the hour it is not a fight, really. I guess that really does create a problem for the end of the race, doesn't it, really? Just over 13 hours to go, and we start to look to the end of the race. It's a long way away, of course, but what is going to be the outcome here? Who's going to come out on top in terms of the strategy? How is that going to work out? Is it going to work out in terms of the pit stop flip-flopping, where in this way where BRT will be ahead, or is it going to work out the other way where Altitude Esports are ahead? That's the real question.
Yeah. I just say there's a single word message, because I think there's still some uncertainty depending on circumstances. I think both cars are going to have to do a splash and dash if it keeps going like this. The strategies are too upset.
I think you're right. None of them have used fast repairs, by the way. In fact, 5 of the top 6 have yet to use fast repairs, and generally in GT3 there are quite a few drivers who have not taken on any. However, 89 Motorsports certainly have, and they've been slowly climbing the order actually. George Daniel has just come into the pit lane actually, but has used 3 fast repairs so far, and considering we're well inside the first half of the race still, that is an issue for the remainder for them.
Yes, absolutely. The more you have towards the crunch hours, English, such a complicated language. Towards crunch hours is necessary for you to have a good performance moving forward, and can actually save your performance in a race like this.
So through Magnussen Beckett's go Josh Benson, and he's now 4 seconds in front of Paul Webster. So after going off the road, Tom Dadswell's back to 4th, but only because the Kimura racing car has come in. Menderes is in the Kimura racing car now. Jack Mohammed has gotten into the 89 Motorsport car as well. So they'll drop to 9th. Driver change as Michael Seal gets into the DCW Racing Egg car. Plenty of driver changes going on up and down the field, but it's this stage of the race where there's pretty much constant pit stops. It's not coming all at once like it was earlier. It's very much more spread out than that.
I'm trying to pronounce my name without being a tongue twister, because Lorenzo Oro, for me, if I try to say it quickly, it might be a tongue twister. I'm worried.
Very much. Lorenzo Oro for Aspire Race Team here with 24th position. Got a few seconds over Rembrandt Racing and Jack Bolton, who is in 25th just behind. And you can see the map that this field is spread out now. I think that is Aztec Racing, is it just up in front of them? Or just behind them now. No, I really can't see the car. See the lights, and they do indeed put another lap. Actually, it's on United. Oh no, it's not. It's someone else. Oh, maybe it's United Sim Team actually, who they've just put a lap on there. But they're only 4 positions apart, yet they're a whole lap apart. That says all you need to know about the sort of how spread out this field is at this stage.
Yeah, which is interesting to know about that. I think that overlapped Yvonne Hufelar, which was part of eBrit team, I think, on last year's on the GT3 aspect.
Outside line, it's going to be risky stuff. Jake Pitts going for this at Copse. Round the outside, here we go. And he's made it work. Jake Pitt has gone right round the outside there of Michael Seal for 21st, and that was a great move. Round the outside at Copse, spectacularly so. And you've got to give credit as well to Seal for giving him the room. But Jake Pitt makes his way through for Aztec Racing.
That could have ended the lead so badly. And we know what happened last time, right? We've seen an attempted overtake around that Copse section. So, fortunately for everybody, just got away unscathed in the midst of things.
Tom Daswell is into the pit lane now and swatches out for Mark Fletcher. What have you seen? Here we go. It's another replay. Triple S Racing. Oh, I've got smashed into there. Was that another GT4 even? Was it one of the GT3s? It looked like a GT4 to me, but it was very dark. So it was a GT4. Why have they done that? That's an especially puzzling one there.
I want to say maybe the car in front lost traction. The Triple S car maybe have lost traction, but we'll never know.
It's Tim Morton. Here's the onboard. He just accelerates. It's Aztec Racing. And for whatever reason, they just accelerate straight into the back of the Aston Martin, and that's surely going to be a penalty. It's already been protested, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah. The description of the incident is not the most PG
No.
description, though.
It isn't, but we saw it, so that's okay. We can get away with that, and we understand what they meant. You can draw your own conclusions at home as to what they might have said.
Yeah.
Or maybe you already know, because maybe some people have access to this sheet as well, but not entirely sure. But this is not a battle for position, by the way. I think this is... well, it's one of the Ferraris just up in front of the Aztec Racing Jake Britcar again. Goes down the inside into Stowe corner. Nice move there. So upper track position they go, even if not a overall place in the race this evening. 13 hours 15 remaining here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonda on for another hour and a bit before we hand over. But make sure you stay tuned on RaceSpotTV because there's still plenty more racing to come here tonight and into the morning as well. Joe Newman is back onto the rear end of someone else. It's David Hornsey this time in the Sim Dynamics car, this time for 15th place.
Yeah, I'm also looking for a potential battle between Mark Fletcher and Mark Menderes, so for 5th overall, as well as the gap is about half a second between both cars.
So a couple of ones to watch. You're right. So Mark Fletcher has just gotten into Tom Dadswell's car. That's the Altitude Esports 38. They're now fighting for 5th in the race with Menderes, as you say, now driving the Kimura car. So it's pretty much the time for driver changes. Here is the battle. It's actually just in front of the one we were watching. There's Mark Fletcher. Oh, he's been on Altitude Esports for at least the duration of 2023, as has Tom Dadswell. And Newman, just as we cut away, Joe Newman, goes through, which is typical really. As soon as you stop looking at someone trying to make an overtake, they do it. So that's what Joe Newman's decided to do, and he's up to 15th for Empire Motorsport.
Opportunistic, but that was the right move to be done right there. So one move done by Newman, and even I'm getting concerned. I think the future race spot might be in check.
Yes, unfortunately for Hugo Luis, you should put more respect on his name. As Dane says, he's the absolute rock of RaceSpotTV in terms of broadcasting.
Yeah, think of it this way, Ewan. Which broadcasting group do you have former iRacing World GP champion in the mist as your producer?
Exactly. It does help, doesn't it, with the producer to have someone who's raced and sort of knows what's important in that respect, doesn't it? I feel. Hugo certainly has that experience. Not only has he won that title, of course, but he went pretty close to winning others. But unfortunately, he was just around at the same time as Gregor Hutu, to be fair.
Actually, he nearly won the following year, but he had an incident with I'm trying to remember who's the Australian driver that actually had an incident with him on a spa race, and because of that, didn't win the championship. Would have been back to back, but he's still the only driver who beat Gregor Hutu.
Yeah.
Or us, non-European that beat Gregor Hutu on his prime years, besides Kroenke.
Exactly. Well, Kroenke is European, isn't he? So yeah, non-European works. Jack Bolton here has caught up with Lorenzo Oro now. This is a fight for 24th positions. They head down the inside of another GT4 into Stowe. Up over the curves. Oh dear, all over the place there. Bolton is pushing hard for this place.
Yeah, but don't push way too hard. That Mercedes, luckily for him, is night hours. If that was like on early day hours or maybe like midday where the track at its hottest, maybe that would have been way worse, as there are some blinking of the headlights coming from Bolton.
Chance for a dive here at the Village if he wants it, and he does. Later on the brakes, and doesn't quite do it all in one go, but the Audi pretty much let him have that one. Lorenzo Oro not particularly interested in fighting, and so Jack Bolton takes advantage of that and moves up to 24th.
Yeah. Nicely done there. As just gotta give props to their name, Ram Wrench. That's a really good team name.
It is indeed. Looks like we're going to get a replay in a couple of moments' time of something going wrong for someone. It's Empire Motorsport, unfortunately. We're about to go back to them in a bit of a battle. That was not a smart move down the inside.
Oh my god. And to make matters worse, that was nearly on the leader. That was on the leader of GT4s.
Wow. Just shows you, even with a lapse lead, which they've had at points, Olympus Esports, so even with them over a minute's lead, this race is by no means over. That kind of thing can happen to anyone.
Jeez Louise.
This is the fight for ninth between 89 Motorsport and TSRC. Jonathan Atkinson trying to find his way through. Not sure if he's related to the referee. I'm sure he's probably not. But
oh no. You're talking about the football referee?
yes, I'm sure he's not related, but just reminded me of the name, really.
Okay, fair. Okay, the first thing that came to my mind was like the football referee.
Jane says it's the most minus 10 IQ thing I've said today. I would contest that, to be honest, because first of all, he doesn't know the things that I've said to myself today. That's one thing, but also. That's not the stupidest thing I've ever said. I've done worse. Atkinson is going to look for his way through into ninth, though. I mentioned earlier that 89 Motorsport have really been making progress in the last couple of hours or so, but Atkinson's going to slow that with a move down the inside for the Sim Racing Collective, and he moves up to ninth. It was a pretty easy move in the end.
Yeah. It wasn't way too dramatic, but at the end of things was the fact that we got the way got at it at the end of things and stopped the breakaway from the Ferrari.
Pass in third in GT4 as well as BPR Esports and Samuel Hooper lose out to Stein Veenman, and the AI Race Summaries.com car moves up to third place now. That was on the road as well.
Oh, we knew that was coming, but we got to give the props for Veenman to persist and have a really good pace around that car. Jesus, he's driving the heck out of the GT4. I think he's the fastest GT4 around the track, if I'm kind of honest.
It wasn't quite on that last lap. Tom Martineau was quicker, but other than that, you're right. He is the quickest one on that last lap. Rob Sutherland, by the way, has come into the YouTube chat with a great bit of trivia. There's only, apparently, according to him, there's only one driver on the grid tonight who raced against Hugo in his 2011 World Championship winning season, apparently.
Yoni Bachmann, if I remember correctly.
I had no idea. Wow.
It's, if you think about it, let me just bring it up. iRacing World GP Championship 2011.
It's great that we have all these statistics, basically, but from these years, by the way, to get all the standings and all that kind of thing.
I'm just looking over here. Who drove against him? Daniel Almeida, Baldi, Stahl, Nieminen, Sadi, Loma. Is it safe to think about that Don Duham, which is nowadays Team Redline's manager, actually drove at the World Championship when he won?
Well, who is that driver driving for as well? But who was in that World Championship season? Yoni Bachmann, I suppose. Well, I should have said that at the time, shouldn't I? Rob Sutherland literally put it in the chat, literally a few messages above. I should have read. That would have been helpful. Apologies. Yoni Bachmann, who is he driving for then? Which team is he in this race? I'll have a look.
No, he wasn't. Now I'm just correcting myself. I'm actually going to have to look one by one.
We're all trying to figure it out. Rob, just tell us, please. Really. Really help us out. Oh well, Dane likes to work these things out apparently, so does Lorenzo. But I just prefer to be told. But there we are. While that's going on, while they're figuring that out, we'll go out to other battles on the circuit. Marco Silva has gotten ahead of Patrick Faulkner. I believe he's so this is on the exit of the pit lane for Faulkner, isn't it? He's on his outlap now, and it's a very rude awakening for Marco Silva, who wants to go or wants to hold on to this place at least.
Blaze racing this race. Wow. Okay.
Well, there you go.
He's in the RD Simsport team in the Lamborghini.
He is, yes. Just seen that. So yeah, fair play. Thank you for that information. I enjoy a stat like that. They're currently 12th, by the way, RD Simsport in GT3 overall, as Josh Benson comes in from third in GT3, along with the 11 Temps Racing team also into the pit lane. That leaves Paul Webster out in second by some distance now. Speaking of RD Simsport, they're in a battle with Fury Simsport, and here it is. Matthias Tem making his move on Daniel Martin. That's a nice move down the inside, and Martin more than willing, by the looks of that, to let him have it.
Yeah, don't fight yourself way too much, just try to look for track positions and see where it's going to get you at the end of things. I'm just now curious about one thing, because that car is actually doing the Neo Endurance or the 24-hour series esports, and I think they are P4 in the standings. So for P3 in the TCR standings, they had a really solid round at Sebring. If I remember correctly, they were right into the top 5 for P4 at the end of the race. So good CRD doing really good performance so far in high-profile championship like the 24-hour series esports.
Yeah, third and the fourth so far in the 2 rounds of that series at Spa and Sebring, although this is a very different prospect racing at Silverstone for 24 hours, of course. Those races feel a bit more sprint-like sometimes, even though they are 6 hours long. I do feel like the 6-hour races are becoming very sprint-like these days. Doesn't feel like they're very long at all. Sometimes some of them do drag on a little bit, of course, if you don't get a very good race. But most of the 6-hour races these days, very good races, and don't really feel very endurance anymore.
I agree. But if you look at a certain perspective, none of the races that we have, if we're looking at only official series in iRacing nowadays, drive like it is an endurance race. They're driven from a sprint perspective with endurance touches, as he's probably going to get underlapped by P26. Just gives the track position. That was, I think, Lorenzo Oro that made that overtake.
Yeah, he was still around Jack Bolton, actually. He really passed him.
Sorry,
and Bolton's been in now, so Bolton's been in, so it doesn't really matter anymore. But yeah, he'd re-overtaken a couple of moments ago, but that's been settled now. Now, our latest YouTube poll has been about endurance races. I'm sure you will have seen them in the YouTube chat. You will have been voting yourself, and it was between the big four 24-hour races: Le Mans, Nürburgring, Daytona, Spa, and Sebring. Le Mans won comprehensively with more than double the votes of anything else. Then it was Nürburgring, then Daytona, then Spa, which is probably the order I'd have as well, although nobody voted for Spa, which is somewhat amusing. I think it's that time of the race to talk about those kind of things. I mean, is there anything that beats Le Mans?
And nowadays, I think, well, if this was like 2 years ago, I would say Daytona.
Ooh, interesting.
Because
See, I agree with you, Lorenzo, that Le Mans has only just retaken top spot because of the last year, basically. And you know, the years from, 2018 to 22 have not been very exciting. really.
I would even argue 2016 onwards.
Really? 2017? You didn't enjoy 2017?
2017 was the year that Toyota threw it away.
No, that was the year that almost all of the LMP ones failed to finish, and Porsche eventually overtook the final of the LMP2s with about an hour left.
Okay.
That was a good race.
I think that was a good race, but then again, it was because I think that was the wackiest race in the history.
But that's
of
okay.
Le Mans. Yeah, but if we're looking into the general perspective, it's been more like a one-sided race. It has been either the Porsches against the world or the Toyotas against the world. Now, this last year, it was like Toyota against the world, but it was like Toyota. Now we have some competition.
Yeah,
we have to pick up
realistic
the pace.
competition.
Realistic, even though I think Ferrari won at the end of things. I'm saying this off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But so we're turning into Le Mans like we know Peugeot is going to bounce back. Do you think Porsche is not going to fall behind? They didn't have a lot of pace. They had a good cars, but they didn't have a lot of pace in the long run. Do you think Porsche is going to fall? Just going to let this sit one by?
Yeah, I think Porsche do have more speed than what they've shown so far, especially in WEC this season. I don't think Porsche have lived up to their standards. Now, I mean, did you see the first 2 hours of Fuji? They were absolutely faster than Toyota. In fact, in the first hour, they were faster than Toyota, and then after a couple of hours, it did start to fade away from them. They've got to get it more consistently right for long periods of time to be better in the WEC. But yeah, Porsche have got speed. Peugeot I'm not quite sold on yet in terms of speed, I've got to be honest, but Ferrari and Toyota are absolutely there. Cadillac are there as well. Cadillac are very underrated in WEC. I know they're well rated in America, but they're pretty underrated in my opinion in Europe, and I think they'll be challenging.
Caddy on the straight line actually had the second fastest clock speed. I think just lost to I'm trying to remember if it was like I want to say it was the Toyota, but I'm not 100% sure on that affirmation.
I've got no idea.
They have pace. They have pace though. But now you bring Lamborghini.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say next. You know, we've got Lamborghini coming in, adding into the freight. BMW as well. I think they're the two new manufacturers.
You have Isotta as well, but
it's privateer.
Isotta, I think, is a privateer with a
sort of company on it. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as it's going to be very competitive. I'd love them to prove me wrong, but they don't strike me as front runners, unfortunately.
Yeah. Nevertheless, you have 19 hypercars
full season,
driving full season. And you have about, if I remember, is 17 GT3s, and you don't even count that you have Mercedes in this first LM GT3 season. And we know Mercedes is going to come. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen. I mentioned earlier, golden era of multi-class racing. I think this is it.
Yeah.
Because
the only downside, the entry list for the WC, by the way, was released fairly recently. But if you weren't aware, go and have a look at it if you haven't already. The only downside, I don't like the fact that it's gone to two classes. I feel it just takes a little bit of something away by taking one of the classes away. Now I know that they wanted to fill up the grid a bit more. You can't really get away with more than sort of mid to high 30s in the WEC with the grid size. You don't really ever see many more than 36, 37 apart from at Le Mans. So that's an issue. But something's taken away for me, the fact that LMP2 is not there, that's all.
I agree with you there. I think this is a fair assessment for you to do. You know, I think it takes a bit of the charm of not having the good old reliable LMP2s. I think this will be the first time since the late 2000s where we're not gonna have since its inception that we're not gonna have LMP2s. So it's insane to think about. They nearly stayed for 50 plus years.
Yeah.
With improvements here and there, mostly on the chassis and then engines and electronics. But nevertheless, I think it's good for the sport that you have teams that are still on the cost effective. There's some cost gap for the teams to develop their cars. So I think this is going to be things more interesting, and we have even more manufacturers coming down the line. 2024 we have this. 2025 we have Aston Martin. There's rumors of Mercedes doing the hypercar based upon the AMG also. It's prosperous times.
Yep, golden era, as you said. It's a very good time to be involved in sports car racing and be watching sports car racing. I think the next poll, leading on from that, has to be WC versus IMSA. Which one's better? Because after all, convergence has made the two somewhat more similar than they used to be. They used to feel very different back about 10 years ago. You wouldn't have dreamed of even comparing them sometimes. It would have been like comparing apples to water, and it wouldn't make any sense. But these days, it's a bit more of a relevant comparison to make, as the leaders are hit and around. Oh dear, Daniel Sedley is not going to be pleased that the GT4 leader is spun around at Stowe.
Yeah, and no wonder which GT3 car made contact with them.
Well, it's difficult to
They were
see.
going to keep it on the track, though.
Yeah, they did well to keep it on the road. Stop and go penalty was dealt out, by the way, to the 490 for causing a collision. That was the previous one at Stowe, where we saw a GT4 completely run over another GT4. The 490 being the Aztec racing car. So that was no surprise to us at the time. But Daniel says he hit in the rear by a GT3 this time, and is sent right around. What a disappointment, and he loses about 7 seconds, 7-8 seconds in the process.
Given the fact they're leading over a minute, what is 7 seconds?
Well, that's one question, I suppose, but even so, it's I don't know, man. It could be important. What if they lose by 5 seconds at the end of the race? And you look back at that moment,
but
you know.
No, but the problem is, it's like they're on the same delta in terms of fuel. Was that Aztec that made contact with them?
It's hard to tell in the dark, isn't it? Very hard to tell. But there was the contact. Sedgley around and loses some of his lead. 105. The gap now, 7.2 seconds smaller than it was previously. So the gap now 106.5 as Samuel Hooper comes in from third position for BPR Esports. There's the Olympus car. At least they're still running. It could have been a whole lot worse for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The spin, I think, was the best case scenario they probably would have expected from that contact. And I say best multiple times just to showcase things could have gone haywire if they actually went for the immediate speed. And that was actually the Aztec from what it looks like. I'm looking at the replay again.
Yeah, I really can't tell. My eyes aren't good enough to see who it may have been. Let's have another look here. It looks like 4X Racing as far as we can see here. 626. Now that's a GT4. That's how bad my eyes are. I didn't even think about the fact it could be a GT4. So even more to the point there, they're 3 laps behind. Jonathan Carty it was at the wheel. Why on earth is he making contact with the race leader?
I understand you might have a better pace than the leader for you to unlap yourself, but come on.
Well, I've got nothing wrong with people unlapping themselves, but doing it like that is not a good idea.
Yeah, not ideal at all.
PPR Esports, by the way, come out right behind DCW Racing's number 16. So that's a fight for third place that it will be going on very shortly in GT4. 1.5 seconds is the gap. Samu Hooper will look to close that one down, and that will be the closest gap that we have out there on the circuit here in GT4. There is Samu Hooper making his way, being passed by one of the Audis. He'll be hoping that a bit of traffic can be on his side on this occasion, and that can just reel in that final podium place. Out of Luffield they go now. One lap down for DCW Racing and BPR Esports. Samu Hooper sees another of the GT3s go past. There's still so many out on the circuit, by the way. 31 GT3s going around, and they're evenly spaced out. Then they're coming through at an average of 4 seconds apart. If you see what I mean, there's sort of 4-second gaps for them to flip themselves into. That's not a lot of space out there on the circuit. If you were to stand out on the circuit, for example, you'd see a GT3 combust on average every 4 seconds of this lap. That is how many there are out there at the moment. And then when you add another 17 GT4s in, it's very, very busy still out there even now.
I'm trying to do the mathematics. You lost me right there, but I see
Trust
where
me,
you're
it's
coming
correct.
from. Hold up, Ewan. You say you are correct, but how can we trust the commentator's math?
Well, you're just going to have to on this. Well, I mean, you do. I'll give you the equation and you do the maths. It's 120 divided by 30, so that's 4 seconds.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, now I
It wasn't complicated this time. Normally, though, you are right. Don't trust the commentator's maths if ever we were to give you some advice this evening. So we approach midnight here in the UK, and the halfway mark of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. You got me and Lorenzo Bonda for another 3/4 of an hour or so, and then Justin Prince and Derek Watson will jump into the booth for another 4 hours for what is for them the evening to afternoon. So make sure you stay along with us, chat along with us in YouTube, and we'll keep each other entertained throughout this entertaining race so far. It's been a good one. Nearly 50 out there on the circuit, and it's been very entertaining. Lots of battles going on, and they're still continuing on, including for some important places as well, as we go on board with Samu Hooper in the Porsche Cayman BPR Esports GT4.
There's a little bit of a chase from Hooper. He's trying his best to close down the gap to Mickey Pollard, so we can see that battle for P3 still happening. I was gonna mention, even though we would think maybe 12 hours to go, you can see that WSR Esports ButtKicker is basically kicking everybody, in the rear end, putting a lap on everybody. You would expect, okay, there's not a race in this track, but no, there's plenty of things going on, despite the offset strategies in terms of fuel for everybody.
Another pass from one of the GT3s, just gets in the middle of them, and I think DCW Racing was slightly concerned there. Mikey Pollard was slightly concerned that he was going to get dived there, and he was just slightly tentative on the way in towards Stowe Corner. That gives Hooper another few tenths of a second. Closes in further. By the way, these guys have got a lap behind them and nearly a minute and a half ahead. There's no worries in terms of being caught or catching others. It really is about each other, and that's what they're going to be thinking about during this fight, really, with Hooper trying to work his way through onto the podium places. Another GT3 heads its way down the inside. Another two, in fact. A Mercedes and an Audi, and now the gap extends again.
One of them being P5, the P5 car of altitude, and one more on the inside.
We go back for a bit further to a pass. Did I see there for 8th or 9th? The X-Racing pink car of Chris Hayes is now in 8th, by the looks of it. And oh no, that's not correct, is it? He's lost a place. He has, yes,
Yep.
to Triple S Racing, excuse me. So Craig Hayes is the one losing the place there, and is now behind again. GT4 has suddenly perked up a bit. Throughout the first few hours, we haven't watched them very much, but there's 2 battles going on at once here now.
Yeah, it's kind of like, well, it was very calm, but when it rains, it pours, right? So we're seeing battles left, right, up, and down, and I'm all good for it. I approve that.
Yeah, all the saying that you wait for a bus for ages and then 2 come along at once. That's kind of same thing going on here. 3 wide up ahead. That's going to allow Craig Hayes to really close in. GT3 not helping Triple S Racing get away there at all, but then again, why would they? Toby Prosser has come into the YouTube chat to ask how many DNFs so far. We've only had 1. That was the SOP Esports Racing car, the number 1 car. And as far as I can work out, Lorenzo, at least when I last checked, they're the only team to have taken all their 4 faster pairs, apart from one other team who have recently joined them. The Team RedX.com car has also done the same, as there's a big incident in front here. Craig Hayes goes through to 8th, Triple S Racing, spin at Brooklands.
I'm at a loss for words.
Well, it's Andrei Kalinescu who goes around. He's now 5 seconds further behind. And he's got a re-overtaking all over again there. That looked a little bit odd. I only caught the end of it because I was looking through the retirements, of course. Yes. It's a bit of a play on words there for the team name. There it is. I'm trying to work out who that Mercedes is. I think it's further ahead, though.
I think that was the submarine. Yeah, that was the yellow submarine car. And I'm going to be very honest.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Some could argue this is on Triple S. I'm going to go on the other way around.
Well, it's going to be argued about, and I think protested as well. I'm just taking another look myself. Triple S do dive down the inside. I do agree that, Yellow Submarine, they are laps behind and they should be letting through. But then again, Triple S Racing have missed the apex there by quite some way.
No, I understand. They missed the apex, but we were watching from I think that was, I'm trying to remember who was right behind them. That was P8. I think that was
4X Racing. 4X
Racing, right?
626.
So, yeah, it's okay. But we were looking from their perspective and their camera angle before. Like, this Triple S car was on the outside doing nearly a Kevin Astra move because the Yellow Submarine Mercedes wouldn't budge and give space and leave themselves overlap.
Oh dear, someone's making use of the runoff at entry there. I do agree that you've got to mind out the way and whatever, but I think 4X Racing, Triple S Racing went steaming into the corner, straight into the side of the Mercedes, and you can't do that either. So there's possibly multiple bits of blame to be apportioned there, and already Craig Hayes has been caught up again. So this sort of really does underline it even further. Why were they so careless in missing the apex there, Triple S Racing, when they really are a lot quicker than Hayes, and they should be getting away a lot quicker as well. Through Copse Corner they go now. They're going to be side by side on the run up towards Maggots and Beckett's as well. A GT3 coming in behind, and finally they will go through. Triple S Racing back to 8th again.
Yeah. It was like, it took a little bit of an effort, but got away at the end of things. That's what matters.
So up into 8th they go. Kimura Racing in the pit lane in front with Connor Clifford, and they may get overtaken here by Triple S Racing. We'll see on that one. Kimura Racing generally filter out in 9th in the number 9, which is helpful to remember. But are they going to lose enough time this time around? Yes, I would argue. Although Kalinescu's in the pit lane anyway for Triple S Racing, so it'll only be X Racing Pink or 4X Racing and on your screens that will work their way through and past. So we will turn our attentions elsewhere. Plenty of other battles going on. Third place in GT4 is a battle. We've got one for 21st in GT3 and a recent one for 6th in GT3 as well, as Kimura Racing have just come out of the pit lane after their most recent stop. And there is the Kimura Racing GT4 making its way out in 8th.
Just wondering whether they're going to come outside of track position. I think they're going to come under no scrutiny of anybody in the track whatsoever. Just going to be about 9 seconds away from that X-Racing pink car.
Here we go, back into the GT4 battle. BPRS. Where have I found the S from? BPR Esports, sorry, from Samuel Hooper in 4th, then in 3rd, Mikey Pollard in the ARRaceSummaries.com car. DCW Racing, as you can see on your screens there. 2 Porsche Caymans fighting it out at the front of the field, and it is very much about the Caymans at the front. The 3 out of the top 4 are covered by that manufacturer at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
If there's one thing we want to see is like if we could on the GT4s the draw of the cars, you know, because I think from what it looks like, top 4 is Porsches. If I might be wrong over here.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4, right? SOP is the Mercedes, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's Porsche 1, Mercedes 2, Porsche 3 and 4, then Aston Martins for the next 5, oddly. But they're still relatively on the pace. The fastest lap of the race so far has gone to a Aston Martin of Kimura Racing. They're currently running in 8th and have the fastest lap to their name. Sammy Hooper gets closer again around Copse, and he needs to stay close now in the first sector of the lap, or the old first sector of the lap I should say, through Maggots and Beckett's. He needs to stay a little bit closer to the right hand side there. Get this better line, get this good line, and he'll be having a go down the hanger straight, but no. It's looking tricky for him now to make this move, really. Under the bridge they go, and no move for Hooper this time. Slightly concerned now, Lorenzo, about the Empire Motorsport car of Joe Newman. Are they going to re-emerge? Because they look like they've been in pit lane for quite a while.
Have we seen what kind of damage they accrued?
I'm not sure. I don't. Well, there's been so many things going on in this race. I don't really remember whether we did or not. Maybe we did. But looks to me as if they could be out here. They're 4 laps off the next car, and they've got a fast repair remaining, which suggests they could have continued by using a fast repair. They don't need to repair the car for that long, is what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you mean. Is just wondering if something else might have happened, you know, penalty or I don't know. It's odd. It's really odd.
Well, it was, I believe, a lack of fast repairs that saw the number 1 SOP car out of the race. Has that been the same here? I'm not entirely convinced, really. But it looks like Joe Newman, the last driver to go into that car, is indeed out of the race, and I hope that that is not the case. On board we are with Sammy Hooper again. It's a very static battle for third at the moment, not really getting anywhere with this.
I think it's more like of a battle of patience and being able to work with the car the way you wanted it to work for Hooper, and trying to find the right spot for you to, you know, be able to charge against the DCW car, or rather not DCW but AI RaceSummaries.com car driven by Mickey Pollard.
The race leader Daniel Setsley is in, by the way, in GT4, and also we've got a change for 7th as Connor Clifford has worked his way past Craig Hayes, who's really he's either really struggling or he's made a mistake as in a spin on that last lap. He did a 2:18.1, which is a very long way away from where you should be in the GT4, unfortunately. So I don't know whether there's been an incident or whether there's been just a pass there, but there is the car of Connor Clifford. He's already 1.7 seconds away from Craig Hayes, who must be struggling with some kind of problem. Although maybe not. I mean, there's lots of different speeds of drivers in these in this race. There's a big skill gap from the top to the bottom.
He's on his third lap of this. Maybe some connection issues that can happen sometimes, which might confuse the viewer in terms of the lap time. So that could be a factor on it itself.
Now we've got a stewards report for that latest incident at Brooklands, and we've got a defence in the YouTube chat as well from Andrei Kalinescu. By the way, Andrei, let us know if we're pronouncing your name wrong. I'm going to guess so, but please teach us if you don't mind if we're getting it wrong. He says that he would have made the corner at Brooklands. Admits that he was wide, but he got shoved wide down the straight seconds before Brooklands, which was quite scary in the night with how difficult things get. It's a difficult one to call, isn't it? There's going to be lots of different opinions about that one.
Yeah, we like I said before, we saw that happen. We saw him, getting shoved off right underneath the bridge, actually, where he got shoved off. So that could have been disastrous for Kalinescu. But the move right after that, if he says he probably would have made it, that we'll leave up to the stewards. They will do the calling for that instead of us. That was a hard one to call. We'll see.
It is a very hard one to call, really. I'm incredibly correct, he says. No one's ever said that before, so thank you for that. I hope you're not just being nice. it's possible, but no, I'm glad. Anyway, yes, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I think there'll be people on different sides of the fence with that one. We'll leave that one up to the stewards. They are currently investigating it, and it is the only one being investigated, so they'll have plenty of time to look over that. We've gone back to 12th in GT4, which has really perked up now in this last hour. Dominic Scharf is the one on the defence this time. It's the Olympus Sports 31, not the race leading car. This car, I think it's fair to say, Lorenzo, has had a bit of a nightmare in our 4 hours here, especially compared to its race leading teammate.
Yeah, not the best of races done for them so far on that number 31 car, which you would think would be a team to be looking for in this race so far. Unfortunately, not having the performance they probably want to for the number 31. I'm just trying to look at that 31 is the one that I'm thinking about, because they would have Thomas Copes, Christopher Stevens, Grant Yingling, and Dominic Scharf on the car. And
unfortunately, they are now displaced. It's the Aztec Racing GT car, the 490, that makes its way through up into 12th place for that Mercedes now. So that was a pretty easy pass in the end, and that may well settle our GT4 battling for now, although Bjorn Claessens is catching Stephen Koenig at the moment. Maybe there'll be a fight for 15th a little bit later on in the race. Not too much going on in GT3 at the moment either, although Team Loose Spurwing have just made their way out of the pit lane and are not far behind Daniel Martin, although Martin will be in very soon as well, possibly at the end of the next lap. So battles petering out in GT3 as well. We'll keep our eyes on GT4 in the event of anything happening there. We'll keep an eye on it. There's Dylan Lees, the Team Loose Spurwing car. They're going to be about half a minute behind 89 Motorsports and half a minute ahead of the Sim Racing Collective in the number 199. So they'll be having a bit of a lonely drive to take them to the halfway mark, most likely.
Yeah, most likely indeed. And you were talking about, since we don't have a lot of action or going on around the track, this is mostly like gap racing than anything else. We were talking about it, those graveyard hours. I think we would say it's right up in a 24-hour race. It's from hour 10 maybe to I would say, depending on circumstances, from hour 18 where those graveyard hours would be. So with that being said, now we can officially say we're on graveyard hours now.
Well, that's an interesting way to look at it, because I always looked at it as sort of the time of day, as in what time does the race start and when is it going to be sort of graveyard, real graveyard hours, kind of 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. is kind of the 3 hours where I remember Nick Tandy basically won the 2015 Le Mans 24 hours in those 3 hours by basically driving like a machine when no one else was awake. If you remember back to that 8 years ago, that race, you know, that's scary, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Anyway, that's for another day. But yeah, does it not depend for you on what time of day the race starts, or is it based on, in sim racing especially, sort of what hour of the day it is? Because it could be any hour of the day really in sim racing, for any given driver, that is.
Yeah, it could be. Usually those graveyard hours mostly happen at night, when you would think that the class of the fuel wouldn't be at its strongest. You know, you're just trying to nurse the car the best way you can, right? If you think about it, even because you don't have natural lighting, you don't have anything else for you to navigate on. You just have your headlights and basically the full attention on what's ahead of you in the track. So that's why they say graveyard, because you're basically all by yourself in the middle of the dark and nothing much for you to be, you know, racing for, if you think about it. So that's the way it is.
Yeah, it's all matters what happens when the sun rises and where everyone is in the morning. Now into Brooklands and Luffield for Marco Silva as he tries to make his way through on David Hornsey. This is Sim Dynamics versus Blocker Motore. Through Woodcut over the old start-finish straight. Silva gets very close on the way towards here, but I wouldn't imagine he'll be making any moves. He'll have bad memories, of course, of Maggots and Beckett's. Earlier on in the stint, he clipped a GT4 Cayman, which veered left because it had suspension damage from him clipping it. Well, it wasn't Silver at the time, actually, but it was this car. And, oh, there's going to be more disaster into Maggots for this car. There was contact, and I'm not entirely sure how those three cars are still pointing in the right direction.
Somehow they managed to get away unscathed in the midst of all things. Just want to know if there's a little bit of front grille damage on Marco Silva's car after everything is actually done and dusted.
It's going to be impossible to tell in these conditions, but he's got Hornsey to go in deep into Stowe corner. He's overdone it on the defence, and Marco Silva goes straight back through again. Great pass there from the Blocker Motore driver, and they're now up to 16th place. Sold in the doughy there, really.
Yeah, basically set him up for failure. Silva around Stowe for Hornsey to, you know, overshoot the corner a little bit, understeer, and open up the door for the 83 to make that overtake. Of course, it's going to be short-lived because Silva has to pit in about 1 lap or 2 laps.
Yeah, he'll be in at the end of this one, I'd imagine. Although, well, it's possible to do 31, I suppose. But, yeah, he'll probably be in at the end of the next couple. Bjorn Claessens has now caught up with Stephen Koenig, by the way, for 15th in GT4. Don't think that's going to be a very difficult move, though, for Claessens to make. Don't forget that Stephen Koenig is racing with a broken toe, a broken pinky toe, after tripping over his dog. So that's a story. He's probably suffering a little bit through that. It is his right foot. People were having this discussion earlier, actually, about which foot is better. Is it the throttle foot or the braking foot that's better to brake if you're going to do either?
Throttle.
Yeah, I think that's the consensus everyone else reached as well. It's kind of... Sorry, go on. Explain.
No, I'll let you explain and I'll do my counter-explain, because I think we might be on the same page.
Okay. It's counterintuitive in my mind, because you are more time on the throttle, but you are heavier on the brake generally, or you should be.
because the brake pressure would be bigger than the pressure you have around the throttle, right?
Should be.
You'd activate more your feet muscles than you are correct on that end, but braking, I think it is more of a factor that a lot of drivers use left foot braking rather than right foot braking. Right foot braking is more of a old school technique. Some people still use it, but it's like you would have to drive more, I would say, it's stick shift cars, manual cars, for you to do the heel and toe. So that's where a lot of people use the right foot braking to counteract. So they would just use the clutch and the left foot for clutch. Since these cars don't have it, you can just have one foot to maintain speed and acceleration and braking them on just one foot.
Yeah, it's unfortunately Koenig has lost a place now, and so with just over 12 hours 25 remaining in the race, and we're approaching the halfway mark in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours. Let's have a look at the top 10 in each category, starting with the GT3s. Adam State leads for WSR Esports ButtKicker. About a lap, just over a lap ahead of Paul Webster, who's got 10 seconds over Josh Benson this time around. Normally that gap is a little bit closer. Altitude Esports are now 4th, and they're quite a long way ahead of the rest in what's normally a close battle. 11 tenths Sim Racing Team are in 5th place. Kimura Racing are quite a long way back compared to where they are normally. They're normally involved in that. Samsung Canaan Esports are now starting to look over their shoulder as 89 Motorsports are starting to catch them, although they will need a pit stop in the next 5 laps with the number 89. Team Loose Spurwing are in 9th ahead of TSRC to round out the top 10 in GT3. In GT4, Sophia Ridpath has just gotten into the Olympus Esports car, and she now leads by a minute 15 ahead of Cameron Martineau and Mikey Pollard to round off the podium. Samuel Hooper has not been able to get onto there for BPR Esports. He's 3 seconds back. Another lap back to TSRC, who are 5th. Then it's Boosted Motorsport Virage over a minute back with Toby Ward. Connor Clifford has been putting in some good lap times, and it's racing away from X Racing Pink in 7th. Then it's Triple S Racing and PRC by Dapper Customs to round out the top 10 in GT4 as well. So there's your rundown. There's your top 10, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, with just over half of the race remaining. And things are starting to settle here, Lorenzo, even if we do still have pretty much the full complement of GT3 and GT4 machinery out there together. It's a very busy racetrack even now, as we're seeing, with the 2 Olympus cars flashing their lights at each other. I'm not sure if that's friendly or not. It probably is.
It is. It is kind of like, not only that it's friendly, but it's kind of like a reminder of, multi-class racing, number 1, right? And multi-class racing, number 2, rule number 2. So they were able to respect that, and that's really good to see that being respected around the track. You know what those rules are already.
Yes, it's as I say, it did seem friendly, by the way, between Olympus Esports. I was a bit worried when one of them was doing it. I was like, oh dear, are the teammates falling out? But there was sort of a response flash, if you like, and you don't normally get one of those when you've angered someone. So that was nice, bit of camaraderie between them. Someone asking in the YouTube chat what place the number 390 is. That's Aztec Racing's GT3. They're currently 21st, 1.2 seconds behind Brett Whitner in the Prismatic Motorsports 46, and that car is 20th right now. Jake Pitt is at the wheel of the Aztec Racing car right now. Was racing last night in the Radical Esports. I got that all wrong, haven't I? The Radical Cup last night in the Motorsport UK, and was winning the AM class. Put on a very good performance to finish inside the top 5 overall and win the AM class as well. Was a fantastic drive from him, and he's come off the back of that to now be driving in a GT3 and chasing down Brett Whitner as well for 20th place, and chasing down at quite a rate of knots as well.
Yeah, just I was looking at the last lap about half a second faster 20th place. So it's just a matter of when and where that number 390 car is going to make that overtake stick.
It does seem a bit of a question of when, not if, here. The rate at which this gap has come down suggests so. Don't think, or at least not in my stint here, we've seen Brett for a while in that prismatic car, and unfortunately the pace of cars around that Mercedes is looking a bit stronger, so we could see prismatic fall outside the top 20 in this stint here. These cars both 5 laps down at this stage in the race, and the exit out of the loop far superior for Jake Pitt on that occasion. He's into the top 20 and he'll look to continue on from that. I reckon he's got the pace to continue on. He does have a gap of a minute up to the next car. Michael Seal is driving it, the DCW Racing Egg car. However, he's quick right now, Jake Pitt, and he could march on further.
No, he could. He could do a really good job with that Mercedes, and he's just on the 10th lap of his stint. More importantly, we know that DCW for Michael Seal has to pit in this lap, so it's just a matter of how much time in the pit box he would actually lose. Average time is about 1 minute and 6, so we can definitely see a battle maybe in the future for the number 20 against the 390.
We certainly could. Somebody asking where we've just seen where the DCW Racing Egg car is, but where is the chicken car? Well, it's in 16th place. Patrick Faulkner currently at the wheel of that one again, as he has been for quite a while actually, and it's been a good drive so far from him. He's about half a minute behind David Halsey in the Sim Dynamics car and 22 seconds ahead of a battle for 17th. Project 88 team are trying to hold off Marco Silva and Blocco Motore, who has immediately moved on from that battle they were just having a couple of moments ago to now be fighting for 17th place, fresh out of their pit stop a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, both of them are fresh out of the pit stop. It's just the number 40 of Project of 88 not having the best lap so far, and allow the number 83 to come closer and closer and closer and contend for a spot in this race. Even though the gap is still not enough for Silva to attempt an overtake at this time being.
I did wonder how those two had ended up pitting on the same lap and ending up so close when I didn't think they were close before. But there they are, that's the answer. Marco Silva was 1.1 seconds quicker on that last lap. And there is the look. Well, there is the Blocco Motore car, so there's the look from the RT Simsport car. Daniel Martin is a lap ahead of these guys, or trying to put them a lap down as well. He's 13th at the moment for RT Simsport.
Car's looking pacey though, you gotta give him that, the number 83 car.
Just looking decent and looking for that 17th place as well. Altitude Esports number 19 is into the pit lane as well now. Paul Webster. He was racing last night in the Radicals. Paul Webster has gotten out for Ethan Critch now. He's into the Altitude car. And so far for the Altitude Racing team generally, I think they're the only team to have two teams inside the top 5 of a class at the moment, and they're putting on a very good show, as is Marco Silva, who again is going for things at Maggots and Beckett's. He really doesn't, he either loves it or hates it at this section of the racetrack, and he very nearly hated it there because the door was shut in his face, very much so, but now he's got a much superior exit. He's almost running out of room to make his move on the way out of Chapel. He's so early alongside, almost too early. He squeezes the Audi. It's getting a little bit physical on the home straight now. The RD Simsport car will be involved as well. It's too wide, too deep. Marco Silva round the outside of Stowe Corner will give him the inside for the chicane. Hopefully they give each other a bit of respect here and they don't make contact, and they do indeed get away with it. Marco Silva moves up to 17th place.
Take Cabal.
Nice move in the end. I mean, you saw it was going to happen when you saw them come off Chapel, to be honest. He was already alongside, basically off of the corner. I've never seen anybody get alongside so quickly, and I've never seen so many cars slow up in one go either. That was remarkable. Unfortunately for the others, unfortunately for Project 88, they're all trying to overtake him which is not allowing him to come back at Marco Silva, who is already getting off into the distance.
Yeah, which was a really good work from Silva to get around this crazy traffic right behind them. You can see nearly cars going 3 wide into Village and then also the loop, which could have caused a full-on disaster for everybody in the midst of all this. So good to see that everybody got away unscathed, and more importantly, that Marco Silva car in the Mercedes is having a beefy moment so far, breaking away from the Audi at this time being.
Another flash of the lights, and this is an unlapping of themselves from the TSR car of Dave Martin. So they've got a Daniel Martin and a Dave Martin out there together, and they've found each other on the road. That's that number 26 is 25th at the moment, and then now Project 88 are in a Martin sandwich with Daniel Martin and a Dave Martin on the other side.
Yep. It's kind of like me meeting Lorenzo, a commentator Lorenzo meeting a driver Lorenzo on the track. It's kind of, it's like, do you know the Spider-Man?
Oh,
meme?
no.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt. That's the number 101. Driving Miss Daisy has gone off and been, well, I say gone off, has been hit into the chicane. Don't know who that was, but it looked like a 3-wide moment.
Around Vale, not the healthiest place for you to be 3-wide, and that's not how you drive Miss Daisy.
I haven't mentioned that car all day so far, in my stint anyway. They're currently 28.
It's been very quiet.
It has been pretty quiet. Lyndon Noble is at the wheel of that one now. 10 laps off of the lead. But still in the race, and that is the important thing. It's about getting to the end after all. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Empire Motorsport or SOP Esports are going to make it to the end, or SOP Motorsports number 1, that is. Don't look like they're going to be able to make it to the end. So, it's a shame for them, as the other Altitude Esports car comes in. Mark Fletcher now down pit lane, and he'll come out behind Kimura Racing, probably, or pretty close to Kimura Racing actually, who are going to be racing them off of pit lane for 5th place.
Yep.
They've already left actually. I think, yeah, I may have over-egged that. Altitude have gotten out a couple of seconds in front. Mert Menderes, yes, there's a couple of seconds behind, unfortunately. So Kimura have lost a little bit in these last couple of stints. I noted that in the rundown a couple of moments ago, as RD Simsport have gone around from 13th position. That means that Team Redline will close in a little bit further, but that was not ideal for RD Simsport.
And another case of a driver trying to go around Brooklands and the car being unsettled. One more time. Also for Bloco Motori this time by Marco Silva.
So Daniel...
Ain't that synchronized spinning?
Yeah, exactly. Daniel Vagumbinga has gotten back ahead again now of that fight. There is a fight for 5th place, by the way. Mert Menderes is indeed right behind in the Kimura car, and they are going to fight for this one right to the halfway mark and probably beyond as well. Into turn 1, Menderes really fluid in there, sent it, and he's not going to be close enough through the S's, but he might well have a go at Stowe.
Gotta cook that Maggots Beckett and Chapel properly. There you go. Looks like to be a good exit for the Mercedes. Looks like the grip is already built up on that car. The Audi's booting up the grip, so it's not going to be on its best legs at the outlap.
Down the inside goes Menderes, and he blocks the Audi as well on the exit, parks the Mercedes in exactly the right place to get into 5th, and in the end it looked like the Altitude car was sort of happy to let that go. While they were fighting it initially, they didn't try and come back again at the final chicane. I think that says a lot about the attitude of the Altitude car.
Yeah, I think so far it's a loss, a waste of time for you to battling for position. Of course, especially the fact that you are on an outlaw, and your tire he hasn't built up properly on the cold track, so it would be really dumb. It's basically a suicide statement to your race, where you're still inside for the top 5 positions.
Well, here we go. Altitude are going to come back on them again because of a slow up through Aintree. Is there going to be a move here? How willing are they? Or are they going to take your advice, Lorenzo? And they do. Mark Fletcher very much taking your advice there. And stays behind into Brooklands again. More traffic in front, though. As we were speaking to with Will Chadwick earlier on in the broadcast, he said that sometimes it just feels absolutely constant out there on the circuit. It certainly does in parts of the stint. Although this bit of traffic now is just going to extend the advantage that Kimura Racing have, and they will get away now in that position. Plenty of battles going on out there on the circuit that are closing up. 89 Motorsports, I think, went off on that previous lap because it's their first full flying lap after exiting the pit lane. They're in 10th place at the moment, and I believe they may have gone off somewhere or had an issue, certainly, because they lost about 7 seconds to those around them. Kimura Racing have lost time again here, so we're continuing to keep an eye on this all the same. Can they stay ahead? I reckon so. They will do. Yeah, so that means Team Redx.com and Mohit Rayner are only 3.5 seconds behind. Then Fury Simsport a further 2.5 seconds behind, maybe just 2 seconds. Blocker Motore, after their spin, are closing in on Project 88. We've got Aztec Racing really crashing in on Michael Seal and DCW Racing. There's a lot of battles going on out there on the circuit. A lot of gaps closing, certainly. And here's the 89 Motorsports problem at the loop. It's a solo spin in the end. There's old Turtles Motorsport.
Heavy.
Yeah, spin for them as well.
Same spot in Brooklands. We should have a counter for how many cars spin. Yeah, we should have a counter.
We have probably lost, or run out of fingers, I should say. We'll certainly run out of fingers, even in this stint. But yeah, you're right. We would have broken the counter by now. There's been a lot of incidents at Brooklands so far.
Do you count finger as your hand fingers, like both of your hands, or you're counting your feet as well?
I mean, I think even if you use them, we'd run out as well.
I was gonna say that even if you use your your feet fingers.
Feet fingers? I've never heard that, Lorenzo.
It's nearly midnight.
It is very close to midnight. As you might be able to tell, Lorenzo Mondo has just said feet fingers to refer to toes.
Yeah, I know. It's like I take no shame in saying that, though.
There must be a language that would lose that in translation to English, if you see what I mean. There must be a language that literally translated to English means feet fingers.
Actually, Portuguese says dedos do pé, so it's not like
what does that
toes mean? Or something like it, which is literally feet fingers.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, fingers is like dedos and feet is pés.
Wow. Well, there you go. That's kind of I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it just does. So there we are. That's it. Well, there you are. You learn something new every day, including Portuguese on a Britcar broadcast. There you are. At Silverstone. Things you thought you wouldn't learn here today. This battle doesn't look like it's going anywhere now for Mark Fletcher, unfortunately. 1.6 seconds back or so. However, 89 Motorsports are in a bit of trouble now because they've got Team Redx.com and Fury Simsport both within 2 seconds of them, trying to take their top 10 away. And I reckon even before the halfway mark, they might well have this top 10 taken away.
No, absolutely. And I like the open fact of things. It's still going on for all cars. And I would say maybe they are safe in the top 10, but I'm looking for like splash and dash everything, because there's so many offsets in terms of the field delta that like everything still can be up in the air for the final hours.
There are so many things still to play out, and so not worth worrying about that too much. We're just going to enjoy the on-track battle that we're going to get between those guys for 10th, 11th and 12th, between 89 Motorsports, TeamRedX.com and Fury Sim Sports. It's Jack Pierre, Mohammed, Mohit Rainer and Matis Tem, the three drivers who will be at the wheel there. There is Tem in the Mercedes. It's three different manufacturers as well here, Lorenzo, or at least it's three in this little train. There's a lapped car in between them at the moment, which is not particularly helping. It's one of the Lamborghinis that's just in the middle of them. And this is going to frustrate Matthias Tem through Maggots and Beckett's, that's for sure.
Yeah, slightly off wide into the entry of Maggots, have to, you know, duck back into Beckett and lose a little bit of time at Chapel to set the car back, but luckily for them, didn't lose a lot of time in the process. Let's see if they're going to be able to clear the Lamborghini just in time on the entry of Stowe. Inside, done, and that was quickly done. Didn't lose a lot of time in the process.
Yeah, that was Quartermass Motorsport and Nick Scott. They just got through. And so Matthias Tem now has free reign to try and overtake Mohit Rainer in the Ferrari. Interesting battle this is going to be, as Team Redline and DCW Racing Chicken both come into the pit lane together. Marco Silva still catching Project 88 team for 17th, but they're still a second and a half apart. And there's other stuff going on further down for 19th as well. Plenty to keep an eye on here at the ButtKicker Britcar. 24 hours of Silverstone here tonight as we approach midnight in the United Kingdom. Saturday is about to turn to Sunday, and we've still got a lot going here. It's very close now on the exit for Rainer. He's so close to the back of the 89 Motorsports car, which chases him to the middle of the road, but Mohit Rainer still able to clinch the inside of the road. Now down on the brakes he goes. Inside line will prevail here, and Team Red X are now into 10th.
A nice move, but at the 89 fights back around Lufield. Did they have the room? I don't think they have the room, neither the momentum to fight back, even defend.
And coming straight through goes Matthias Tem. Fury Sim Sports straight up to 11th as well, as a GT4 right on the exit of Cops is going to put paid to 49 Motorsports efforts as well. What a disaster for them. They did well actually to fight back through Luffield, but in the end it came to nothing. Mohit Rainer got through, and so did the Mercedes of Matthias Tem, and now those two are going to fight for 10th place, and 89 Motorsports are going to see that place go off up the road.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see them breaking away already.
RaceSpot's very own Will Chadwick, by the way, getting into the 11 temps car. That's where they've dropped to 6th place. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen. By the way, Team Red X are only 7 seconds behind TSRC at the moment, and they did catch by half a second even on that last lap, while tucked up behind the 49 Motorsports car and some of the others as well, and they've gone wide now. Matthias Tem goes through on the inside line, and that was one of the easier passes he'll ever do, because Rainer handed that one to him on a plate.
Yeah, wondering if there's any damage on the Ferrari, because that was around the sausage curb of Club to Vale, so I don't think he actually clipped that or had any damage on the car whatsoever, so looking forward to see how the next laps will perform for the 701 Ferrari.
Bit of traffic again, and this is going to mean 49 Motorsports are going to be a long way away. I think Tem is going to be away with this one, and he's going to stay away here at this stage through more traffic. So much traffic as well here. Quite remarkable to have to work through, even at this stage in the race, nearly halfway through. It's about time, nearly, for us to say our farewells here, Lorenzo. Just a couple of final thoughts from you. Still 12 hours remaining, lots of racing to be had here.
Yeah, lots of racing to be had. I think it's really good stuff. Despite
oh
that,
dear, oh dear! Oh, no. Mohit Rayner
No.
has gone off at Copse Corner. It's a big accident, I'm afraid. Just as we were on board with 49 Motorsports, we'll just pick this up for a second before handing over, because this is, well, talk your way through that one. That's a bit of a mess at Copse Corner, I've got to be honest. I don't want to really divulge any opinions myself, so I'm going to leave this. There's the move down the inside for Team Red X. It's a hit on the rear of the Mercedes. The GT4 gets involved, and that's a difficult one to call and a difficult one to read and put nicely. So I'm going to leave that job to somebody else. A big thank you to everybody who's tuned in over the last 4 hours. Albin Ewan O'Leary alongside Lorenzo Bonda, bringing you to the halfway mark almost. It's time for Derek Watson and Justin Prince to come into the booth, and maybe they can have more conviction on their opinions on that incident than I have.
Thank you very much, Ewan. Once again, Derek Watson alongside. I'm Justin Prince. Currently getting set for the swap over for the start of the second half of our coverage. Real quickly, Derek, before we get that swap in, it looks like drivers decided to get one more crash in before we get to the start of the second half of today.
They did, Justin. It looked a little bit like an oval, what we'd call pushing the pusher. It looked like Red X maybe bumped the car in front, and they got bumped from behind, and just like in a super speedway, they went on around, and there was a big calamity there. And I'm pretty sure I saw some parts coming off of that car.
Yeah, a tight sequence to say the very least when it came to that. And in turn, it set things up for a not so fun time. There is the possibility of the faster pairs being out. Remember, there are 4 faster pairs available, and a fair amount of teams at the halfway point already seen a fair amount of attrition. Keep in mind, when we swap things over the next few moments or so here for the 24 hours action here at Silverstone, part of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone, here's how things are shaping up right now. WSR Esports, ButtKicker should say, is up at the front by a full lap right now over BRT. Then Altitude Esports, T3 Silver, the top 3. Camaro Racing's 52 entry, then Altitude Esports in the blue car. Followed by 11 tenths Racing Team, who just pit. Then Samsung Kadan Esports is in the 7th spot. Team Loose, Ed Spurwing round out the top 8 there. Meanwhile, with the GT4s, Olympus Sports Titan currently up at the front over SOP Esports Racing Team, Magenta. Then it's AI Race Summaries amongst those in the top 3. BPR Esports in 4th, Boosted Motorsport Barrage. Then it's Camaro Racing. Their team manager is currently in the midst of staying up for the whole 24 hours. Meanwhile, TSRC 99 followed by 4X Racing Pink amongst those up at the front of the field. Right now, we're just about getting set to swap over to part 3 for today's coverage. And in turn, your thoughts on the action we've seen so far, Derek. It's your second stint of the race.
It is, and of course the biggest difference for me, Justin, is how bright or not bright it is on the track. I was here earlier and it was full daylight. I was here with Nolan Rimple, but now it's nighttime and things are getting a little crazy in the last hour or so. It's been pretty fun, and really the story of the race has been WSR Esports ButtKicker. That fuel saving they're doing, they told me 34 laps per stint, and that's what caused them to have this 1 lap gap over the rest of the field.
And keep in mind for Adam State, he's amongst those doing double duty, because if you followed along with the coverage of Ivor Club Sport competition earlier, it was State who jumped in for the second stint for the car. Then after he was done in Ivor competition, he jumped over into this car. So it's been a busy time for the 123 Machines driver, currently up by that full lap currently. In turn, though, many of the others are currently seeing some of the fatigue settle on in. Keep in mind, an interesting note, some of the drivers have already been half-jokingly saying, why not end the race after 12 hours so we can get some rested, especially those from AI Race Summaries. Some of the drivers like Mike Pierce already getting ready to rest on the sofa after 12 hours plus of racing and us being in full darkness, in fact, just past midnight in Sim.
Yeah, that's a really interesting challenge. I think a lot of us forget until we start doing these races is how exhausting it is, right? And Nolan and I had a talk earlier about the size of teams. You know, your leading team, WSR, they're a 5-driver team. So they have that ability to walk away for hours and get rest. But there are some 3- and 4-man teams in here who are going to have a hard time finding those hours to rest. And it feels like when nighttime hits in the sim, whenever what I call virtual sim time, Justin, no matter when it hits, that really has a mind effect on you and makes you kind of sleepy and dreary and makes it difficult and things kind of calm down. But yeah, a 24-hour race is no joke. I typically take the Monday after off one whenever I compete in one.
Just received the word we are ready to swap things over for part 3 of our coverage of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Be sure to follow the links provided by race admins and by RaceSpot admins the next few moments or so to follow along to be able to keep up with the coverage as we get ready for hours 13 to 18. As part of our next link, once again, stand on by. You're watching RaceSpotTV for coverage of Britcar.